cost cars. And you all know this, of course. And this would not happen without policy. But the question I have increasingly thought about the last few years, and in terms of in my research, especially in the context of Norway, which is global leader in electrification, is how can we provide some kind of coherent analysis of all these things that are going on at the same time, and as Thomas also showed in his talk. So what we said, one suggestion how we can think about it, there are probably many others. And so what I showed before is then what I would call kind of the patterns of what we can observe out there, but then the role of social science is somehow to make sense of that. So the starting point is innovation research, or it is we heard about industrial revolutions and so on, which has been conceptualized as clusters of innovations across different systems that become, so the most important ones come together and cluster in time, and they best have positive complementarities that can then drive, let's say, what's it called, ever-widening concentric circles of industrial dynamics. The concept I've been working with is the one called development blocks, which basically says the same thing. And here, a particular definition is that these blocks or clusters are defined by core innovations, so it's the batteries or panels or electric motors and so on. Key resource, which processes electricity, and a lot of complementary innovations. And I should say, this perspective was indeed, it's been this type of exemplary case is the internal combustion engine fossil energy development block. So those of you who know about that will know that the feedbacks between petrochemicals, oil and gas extraction, oil and gas transport, and internal combustion engine applications in personal cars, machinery equipment, airlines, maritime, and so on, was really what it was behind a lot of environmental problems and economic problems. So the positive interactions is also well known in the literature on innovation. It's called increasing returns to adoption, which basically means the more use an innovation is adopted, the more companies or industries can do learning by doing and have scale effects of adoption and so on. And the more that happens, well, some of them are two ways, so they're loop. Some of them are just one way. So this is simply a way to illustrate that way of thinking about electrification, and to think about it then something that unfolds over time. You will have the time axis here. You can see electrification would start where it's easiest and cheapest to do it. But then as these feedback take lessons, we have cheaper electricity, more application innovations on cheaper innovations that perform least. It will expand to more and more systems. At the same time, the scope and scale of the electricity block will increase. Then we have these feedbacks between them that can be positive, but they can also be negative. And I think this was, to some extent, what Thomas also was talking about. We also looked a lot at on these negative feedbacks. So So the key point here is that these increasing returns to adoption mechanisms that are heralded in the history of technology, actually, when you look closer, you look at particular companies, users, or policymakers, and they depend on couplings between these systems that are designed for very different systems or sexes to actually have some kind of productive interaction. So this also means this is not a tipping point story. It's not a technocratic just. And it requires product nurturing. What I showed has been 30 years onward on the way, and now there's comment. So I'll try to end with some provocations, possibly. So I think two things you can take from this is the first one, which is also quite prominent in this ENVA report, is what about electrons versus molecules? So this shows learning curves of solar. So the cost basically, or price, and this is then for oil. So the main point is that in the molecule business, which is biomass and oil and gas, you don't have the same kind of learning curves. You don't have the same kind of drivers. The price and the productivity has not been flat, but it doesn't show insanity. It doesn't show at all the same kind of issues. So if this continues, the report says it's just a matter of time before electrons push out the molecules. The second thing is then is something that's much discussed these days about security of supply or energy security. So, and this is a very interesting topic. So, of course, everyone's talking about China, but I think this report also makes some interesting statements. So, while fossil fuels are not very highly concentrated spatially, sun and wind is not. Everyone has access. Of course, you need security then lies in the manufacturing ability to manufacture the technologies that can capture the wind and solar resources, including minerals and so on. But also we have to remember that oil and gas, when we buy it and we burn it, and it is over, then we need to buy the next day. But for these kind of electricity technologies, you actually have it and you can recycle it and reuse it yourself. And even if China is dominant, you can't just develop petroleum, but you can develop manufacturing capacity, right? So I think also this electrification story, when we connect it to security, shows, I think in a nice way, how decarbonization and industrial development can and probably must go together. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, det så nå snart nå tillegges. Okay, so we do have some time if there are some questions or comments for all. And what I would also say earlier is that after these first three talks, we'll take the three of you up there and round up some questions. But if there's questions to all up front, there is time for that. I have one, and can you sort of say something about how the policy and innovation challenges change as we move up this S-curve? And if you can, what do you think they presently are in this Norwegian state of electrification?
I'll answer my own.
Excellent.
Yes, I mean, so I knew that this was a bit high flying, of course, and key test to whether this is useful is how do you make sense of it in a local context. So in Norway, of course, a key issue in the recent years has been grid capacity, but also people are afraid that there will not be enough electricity. So when you think about when you move up this aggregated super S-curve, so when I say scope and a scale of electrification block, that really manifests in Norway as we need more projects. So like wind, onshore wind power, all the kinds of electricity generation projects, and there's a lot of larger systems and lower acceptance, and that is very difficult. The same goes for grid projects, and the grid system, if you want, is also challenged by this against the regulations that don't allow them to actually build out. So this is a major bottleneck. But so you can say this is a negative feedback, especially the grid, because it affects all electrification projects or ambitions in many different industries. So, and this is not only in Norway; it is everywhere. So it's not particular to this, but you can also, from a Norwegian perspective, it's just a temporary bottleneck. We'll have some AI robots, or we will solve it, but of course, I don't know. This is the thing that it is a vulnerable process. It can stop. Things can revert, and we will do new petro age, maybe. But it's nothing to do.
Thank you for a great presentation. He's Oslo and the Norwegian Public Roads Administration. My question is electrification one or several industries, and is grid a molecule business, a hardware business, where the economics of scale isn't really present, and you could do something about that? Could we stay in the hardware part of electrification?
It is fair.
Yeah, I think I tried to say at least that electrification is indeed a multi-sector phenomenon at the core of it. And so the great issues, I mean, so the thing is that electrification, this is the second, it's not this is the second wave of electrification, and that the transformer grid equipment has had their learning curves already a long time ago. I mean, some of it. And for that reason, the producers are multinational companies, so they do scale economies at global scale. But then for new innovations in the grid business, is tricky, right? Both because the tech providers are conglomerates, there's not a lot of competition. The other thing is that the users of grid are natural operators that are also not equipped to do what mandated or equipped maybe to do societal transformation. But then still a lot is happening in the grid space, but obviously not enough and not fast enough. And so I don't know, I guess I'm normally a bit skeptical about what AI can do, but maybe it can do a lot of things. And that's your news. There are other experts on that in the room.
Right, thanks a lot, Allan. Big hand on applause again before.
Thank you.
So we're shifting then from academia to the authorities. We have Hilde Storharte from NVE. Katrine. Oh yes, and I have my notes are full. Apologies, so we got to Katrine from NVE. Where's yours?
Thank you. Could I have Scalford?
This one.
Yes.
Is that?
Certainly.
Hello, my name is Katrine Storharte, and I am a senior advisor at NVE, the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate. And today I will go through our latest scenario analysis that looks at power demand related to emission cuts and how much power is needed to achieve Norway's climate goals, which is, of course, closely related to the theme of this conference, electrification. However, this analysis is based on our base scenario from our long-term market analysis, which was published in June. So I would like to spend some time on that as well. And it is challenging to predict the future, so sometimes it's nice to take a look in the rearview mirror before you think ahead. So let's start by taking a look at what's happening in Europe. So when you look at the development of power consumption in Europe the last 25 years, there's basically been no growth. The power consumption for industry, the big blue dark blue color here, has not increased. And one of the reasons for this is the high power prices. And the energy system in Europe is emerging from a period of extremely high energy prices in the wake of the war in Ukraine. And although European energy prices have fallen in recent years, they remain higher than in both the US and China. And this image shows the EU Commission President von der Leyen and Mario Draghi handing over a report on Europe's future competitiveness. And the Draghi report highlighted the high power prices as one of the structural challenges for parts of the European industry. And the report was an important basis for the strategies that the EU is now putting in place to increase its competitiveness forward. And in our long-term market analysis, we assume that the EU will largely succeed, but not necessarily reach all of its goals. But based on this, we still expect growth in power consumption in the future, largely because of electrification. And transport and data centers are the major growth areas, which are the light blue colors here. However, overall growth has been taken down is lower than from our previous analysis. And this is mainly due to the power consumption for green hydrogen production. Because the vast majority of hydrogen projects, both in Europe and in Norway, have now been postponed, partly due to high costs, and the future of when and how green hydrogen production will come is uncertain. And these projects were largely related to cutting greenhouse gas emissions in industry and other sectors where electrification is harder to achieve.
And please don't just.
And if we take a look at the production side, this has also been reduced from our last year's analysis. But contrary to the graph we looked at for power consumption, there has been a major change in the European power system. You can see the black area, coal is almost gone, nuclear is also reduced, but then we have had a large increase in wind and solar power. Yeah. So the power system has changed from almost 100% fossil to close to or around 45% renewable in these last years. And going forward, we assume continued growth in renewable, but we also think that gas will still play an important role, especially in balancing the system. And the reason we have taken it down from last year is mainly because of the lower growth in offshore wind, partly due to higher costs. Yeah. So moving on to Norway, the development is somewhat the opposite, even though Norway is also affected by the same global trends as Europe. In Norway, there has been some growth in power consumption in the last 25 years. And as you can see, this is largely due to electrification of petroleum, which is the dark color here. And going forward, also in Norway, we expect that the growth going forward will be related to electrification of transport and also data centers. Right. And at NVE, our base scenario only includes adopted policies and measures. So therefore, our base scenario does not necessarily reach all political targets for which measures have not been yet adopted. But as you can see, there are policies and measures to cut emissions already in place, contributing to increased electricity consumption in transport and industry. So in Norway is well underway with the energy transition. And if we look at production as well, there has been variation in weather the last 25 years, but otherwise not much production has been built. The new production that has come online in recent years is onshore wind power. And we expect also this to increase towards 2050, partly due to the implementation of the industrial initiative in Finnmark and also more wind power across the country. And we also expect an increase in offshore wind, mainly based on what's planned to be subsidizing.
True.
And the power price in Norway depends on several factors, but an important driver is the power price in neighboring countries, and in that context, the gas price is key. But otherwise, it's mainly determined by the power balance, which is shown to the left here. So looking ahead, we believe it will be a positive power balance and a long-term power price of about 50 to 60 per kilowatt hours. But of course, there is significant uncertainty about this. For example, how much will the consumption actually grow? How fast will electrification and emission cuts happen? So that brings me over to the scenario report. And this is the second year we published such a report. And the theme for this year's report has been, how does climate policy affect the power market? And we look at the effects that climate policy has on power consumption and how that affects the power balance and power price in 2030 and 2035. And we have looked at two consumption pathways for Norway. Klimaplan and klimatiltak, which is loosely translated to climate plan or climate measures. And Klimaplan represents the government's plan to strengthen climate policy beyond what has already been adopted. It shows expected consumption in Norway as a result of the government's planned measures in their climate status and plan 2026, which came out in October. And how power consumption will increase as a result of these planned measures has not been calculated previously. And to do this, we have received inputs from a reference group led by the Ministry of Energy, with members from the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries.
Good stuff.
For the other scenario, klimatiltak, we have also received support from the Norwegian Environment Agency, as this scenario is based on their analysis of possible climate measures in Norway towards 2035. This scenario does not represent adopted or planned policy, but can be understood as a potential consumption growth for achieving significant emission reductions inside Norway by 2035.
Yes.
But it's important to state that neither of these scenarios assumes that all greenhouse gas emission cuts will be reduced domestically. So in both scenarios, Norway will need to depend on cooperation with other countries to meet the climate targets.
What way?
And as mentioned in the beginning, this analysis builds on our base scenarios, shown as the red line in the bottom. So in this analysis, we have looked at consumption growth beyond the base scenario, while keeping production unchanged. And it's important to emphasize again that the base scenario already includes significant growth due to climate policies that are already in place.
Okay.
So in our base scenario to 2035, we expect an increase in both consumption and production of about 25 terawatt hours, with consumption growing faster up to 2030 and the production coming in into 2035. And looking at the scenarios, we see that the government's planned measures imply a moderate increase in consumption of about 4 terawatt hours up to 2035. And these measures include a package for electrifying heavy transport and some increased taxes and bans, among other things. And moving to the upper scenario, there's an increase of 17 terawatt hours compared to our base scenario. And this increase is significantly larger and assumes that all measures affecting the power demand from the Environment Agency's report are implemented. And that includes measures across the whole economy, including more measures in industry and the petroleum sector. So Klimatiltak shows that the potential for power demand related to national emissions cuts towards 2035 is substantial. And in our analysis, we only looked at the impacts on the power system, which is the purpose of our report. And increased consumption, all else equal, weakens the power balance in Norway in both Klimamål and Klimatiltak. And the effect is greatest in Klimatiltak because the power demand is higher. And in our base scenario, the annual average power price in Norway is between 60 to 70 øre in 2030, falling to between 50 to 60 øre per kilowatt-hours in 2035 as more production comes online. And in Klimamål, the average price increases with about 2 to 3 øre in 2030 and 4 to 5 øre in 2035. And in Klimatiltak, the increase is bigger. But for both pathways, the power price will still be below the price in many European countries, here illustrated with the German price.
The black line there.
However, I want to remind you that this is an all else equal analysis. This means we only adjust consumption and keep everything else unchanged, such as other consumption and production in Norway, the Nordics and Europe. And power and grid capacity are limited resources towards 2035. And which consumption will materialize depends on market conditions. And as I showed in the beginning, new industries such as data centers are growing rapidly and seem to establish fast and have a high willingness to pay. And if a lot of this new consumption comes online before existing industry has had time to adapt, that the transition could become more expensive and potentially harder to implement. And last but not least, developing both new power production and new grid capacity takes time and must be balanced against other considerations such as nature and cultural heritage. So that was what I had. So I hope this has given you a bit more insight to the effects of climate policy. And thank you for your attention.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Katrina. And we do have some time for questions and comments, if there are any. Do you have a hand here?
Yeah.
See? Also one for Western Norway Research Institute, whom they're wondering about this role of energy savings in your scenarios. Can you say a bit about that? I know that you also have been I didn't see that you have been occupied with even the potential for energy efficiency and energy savings.
We have there is some energy savings in our scenarios towards 2050, but towards 2035, the goal of the energy savings from heat is 10 terawatt-hours. It's not reached. We have said that in our short-term analysis as well. How much energy efficiency? I don't have the number right now, but in my head, but I can look it up. But we do have a slight decrease in consumption for households and services towards 2020.
Because we have two questions here, so I'll
On that.
Okay. The circus on your last slide, you talked about there might be an imbalance or there'll be a grid bottleneck for just the amount of time, and that might imply that electrification stops or slows down at this. But an alternative could be that that more decentralized grid or flexibility options are implemented, having battery storage, other kinds of more decentralized topologies. How do you think about that? Is that sure really? Are there regulatory challenges with that?
It is definitely something we are talking about at NV. I don't have a clear response, but right now Norway is at least a bit behind compared to other countries with the implementation of batteries and such. But
Actually,
that could be maybe something that could relieve the grid and make more space. That maybe Martin could say something more about that as what he's.
sure.
Good morning. My name is Bjørn Rønning. I'm working at the Trade Association of Exes and Tips in Norway. I just have a question for you at NVE. I don't know if you're close to answer on behalf of NVE, but what's NVE's take on the fixed price for the household sector in Norway? How does that affect power usage in this sector? And second, how does we already see negative implications for adding more renewable, like solar, to households? That's when we see businesses going bankrupt because there is a market that has completely evaporated. And that was a question. If you have a take on this.
The first one about the effects on power consumption. Obviously, NVE made some comments before this was implemented, before Norges Plus was implemented, that we were afraid of how it would affect the flexibility in households. And also the investment in energy efficient or energy solutions for energy efficiency. So we are concerned. We don't know the effects. We don't know also how flexible was the consumption with the strømstøtte, which was already in place. How much will Norges Plus affect what was already in place? Our answer is we still don't know. We want to see what happens, but it is a concern. Yeah. And for the solar, I don't believe I catched the question.
No, we see there is a complete, basically, there's a full stop in adding more solar panels to private homes. So we see solar companies that are producing these kinds of solutions for the households are going bankrupt. I mean, that's clearly, in my view, that's clearly a negative impact that this this fixed price has. And also, while I have the microphone, in the Norwegian power system, I think over the last 5 years, it was only added 0.7 terawatt-hours of renewable energy. When do you expect the inflection point to come for adding more renewable power to that? Basically, wind, which is probably one of the most controversial industries in Norway, next after data centers. Yes, it's now.
For the solar question, it's something that is discussed, but I don't have a good answer for that right now. For the production growth, we expect that there will be basically low growth until 2035, and the new wind projects, for example, Finnmark will come online towards 2035 and 2040. So that is when we see the production that come online. And we see that obviously there's still a lot of resistance in areas, so that is a challenge for the wind sector, but it's also has had some positive developments with this that the communities that has wind power will have now assume a bit more of the generated income and investment, and also the initiative in Finnmark. So that's why we believe that will become somewhere.
That's super. Okay. The final and pretty short question before we move on.
Thank you, Thomas. It's not always I give this speech where I give you last word. Another question for you. When we are doing this type of forecasting, we are typically looking on our prices. But with respect to the solar question, the cost of the grids is twice as high or even more compared to the office peaks. Do you have any idea or projections about the development of transmission cost in the system given these plans?
We do, but I also think Martine will talk a lot more about that. So I'll let you guys. Yeah.
Okay, that's a perfect transition. It's going to be a big hand. Well, we shifted from regulators to the grid with Martine always says in slides. Go ahead. Question. It's a change of you. The thing about you. Like, that is happening. Later then, if you should why doing it like yeah. I would say you stop and say, yep. That's your button. So it's a big send that. People reach out and please. Good. So and the school. Student share and wisdom doctors by the children. Great to be yeah. Chapter.
Ja, den har på. Den må du være.
Sure.
Thank you. So I was giving the title, Is the Transition Stuck in Line? And it was quite interesting title to be given and to elaborate a bit upon. My answer would be both yes and no.
Okay.
We are facing several cues from Statnet's point of view. Statnet has the rated line in and there to get permits to build out the grid, along with other DSOs in Norway. And we are also in the line of getting contractors to build the grid that we have already permitted to build out. And we are in line to get transformators and to get reactors, cables, lines, what's needed to build, together with the TSOs and DSOs, both in Norway, in the Nordic, in Europe, and in the world. Because as it was asked about the S-curve for this kind of technology, it's already done. And right now we are facing increased prices because of the high demand. And the suppliers cannot build fast enough and supply us fast enough. So right now, it's not all about the technology, it's also about the capacity. And at the same time, Statnet is responsible for handling all of the queues or lines right now. And that is related to those who want to connect to the grid in Norway, both consumption and production.
Then can you do it well?
And we're dealing with all of these lines and queues. But I wouldn't say that we are stuck. So it's there, but we're not stuck.
Right.
I have, in addition to this situation regarding the lines, two more main messages that I would like to give today. And first of those is that it's not that we are working hard to deliver our part in the transition. And what I will present today is part of our plan and what we are doing. And the second one, said again and again for different stages all over both Norway and the Nordics in Europe, is that the transition is a joint effort. And no one can solve it on our own. That goes for Statnet and it goes for all of us. On the screen now is our strategy in Statnet to achieve the goals that's set or expected from us. And our strategy is that it's called Electrification for a New Era, taking upon what the society is expected from us. So we're expecting from us. And we are working really hard to increase the utilization of both the grid and the power system. And this is our prioritized area going forward, because we need to be able to utilize the system and the infrastructure even more to succeed in speeding up and dealing with the line of consumers and producers who wants to connect. And then we are, of course, trying to construct the grid and power system both faster and more efficiently. And this has, because of the increased prices, become even more important for Statnett. And then, given the geopolitical situation that we are in, we have also put emphasis on NTRANS resilience and preparedness in both operation and development. And in doing so, we are working to do this in a sustainable manner, and both do it safe and securely, and of course cost efficiently. As a natural monopoly, we have to pay close attention to cost efficiency. Early in November, we published our updated system development plan. And we have then looked into the changes over the past period to see if our plan is the right one to meet the needs, or if we need to do any adjustments. And in looking forward, we've been looking at the different measures and testing it against different scenarios. Katrine showed some good examples of the expected growth in the medium scenarios, but I believe both Statnett and NVE have low development scenarios and even higher developing scenarios. And we've tested, and the good news is that the plan is a good plan for both a low growth scenario and a high growth scenario, but with some adjustments. We have an aging transmission system in Norway, and it has to be renewed. And I will come a bit back to that. It's essential that we have good security of supply in general, and also for our defense capacity. That's one of the big changes over the last couple of years, how we take this into account when looking forward and what's expected from us. And of course, a more weather-driven power system creates more fluctuating flows. We use the grid in a different way, and we get also more bottlenecks in the grid. The good news is that with the measures that we presented and that we are working to deliver, we will get more equal prices in Norway, which is being highly debated, as you all know, in the price differences with the northern and southern part of Norway. And we will also get increased capacity for both consumption and production. And we are also delivering a safe and efficient operation of the power system with this plan. And this plan is looking into how we can achieve the goals with both the grid development and also market development and system development. But we are also looking into what do we need from other parts of the system, because we have one part, and then there is both the production side, the consumption side. And then we're trying to say a little bit about what you are working on, and that I find really interesting, and that's the societal part. And it was commented that we do not have the mandate to do social transformation as a TSO. That's right. But we have a mandate to do what is expected from us. And then shift us a bit with this opinion in Norway. What are we supposed to deliver? A few years ago, it was a high race towards building more wind power. Now it's more data center, as we heard one of the speakers here also commenting a bit on. And I think the societal change will affect us, even though we don't have that mandate as a TSO. Katrine said something about the volumes, and I will just quickly show this picture. This is for Norway, and today we have a consumption of about 140 terawatt hours, and the installed capacity, we have a power surplus now, and the installed capacity is mainly hydropower in Norway, making us a bit different than the rest of Europe. But we have a larger part of onshore wind over the last years coming into the system. And in the grid, or in the surplus is highest in the southern part, and a bit smaller going north, and then the eastern part has the power deficit. And before talking more about Norway, I would just put some emphasis on this map showing the grid in the Nordics, because we do not have a Norwegian grid. We have a Nordic grid. We are physically connected with Sweden, Finland, and parts of Denmark. And when we are physically connected, the power flows through the laws of physics. not national borders. And this means that when we are looking into development going forward, we have to take into account what is happening in our neighboring countries. And this goes also for parts of Europe, and that is why both NVE and Statnett have these scenarios for what is happening in Europe, because it affects us as well.
Yeah.
In the common markets that we have, and also in how the power flows and the needs develops. And I think we at Statnett as well often show, and if you will see it in my presentation, maps of Norway and maps of Norway as if we are on our own. But I think it's important to remember that this energy cooperation is important, and now it's even more important than before, especially looking at the geopolitical uncertainty that we have right now.
You're super.
So going back to Norway, we have a line, but please take note of the numbers. The line in Statnett now, we have reserved capacity for consumption of 7,700 megawatts. This is almost 50 terawatt hours of consumption. So looking into the demand side, yes, grid is a bottleneck, but so is production. At the end of the day, we cannot meet this demand with only grid measures. And the good news is that over the couple of last years, we've had more production asking to get connected as well. But the big blue part here is hydro, and this gives very little new energy into the system. It's a lot of new capacity, which is also very valuable in a situation or a system with more wind power and solar power production fluctuating, but it gives little new energy. And then we have offshore wind and solar coming into the system with lower, not producing all of the time as we see in consumption, which has a higher use rate. So even though the capacity numbers are quite equal, the energy is very different in these two pictures. So when we are looking at a consumer or producer asking to get connection to the grid, there are several aspects that need to be evaluated. First, the connection is often done in the distribution or the regional grid, and there could be some constraints already there, and measures needed to be done to meet the need. Then you have the interface between regional and transmission grid. That's where Statnett comes in, and we could have then our capacity issue needing some measures there. Then we have the fourth layer, which are the power lines in the transmission grid going a bit higher up. And the fifth layer could be the transmission grid between areas. This is today mainly solved by price areas and market helping us to solve these bottlenecks. And this is why we also see price differences between regions because of the capacity and in the system. So what are we doing? We are working on increasing utilization of the existing grid and power system. This is looking into using the assets better and also looking into how new technology can be used. So one part that we have done lately is that we've introduced what's called dynamic line rating, making sure that we use information from the weather when we set the capacity on our lines. With high temperature or with high load, the lines are actually increasing and going lower towards ground, and this is what we need to take care of, making sure that we don't get an outage. And we've done so with rules. Now we're doing it with sensors and weather information, so that this way we can utilize the grid more. That's one example of how we are doing more. And then it is making more capacity available for customers. One good example from one of the questions being asked, are we doing anything to try to figure out new ways of doing our job? I would say that some of the DSOs in Norway have had an R&D project where they've taken on a slightly different role in coordinating consumption and production in their region, trying to figure out if they could help both the consumption, production, and the grid to be utilized even more. And I think that's a really good example of how grid companies have been allowed from the authorities to take on a bit different role to see if this can help us in utilizing the system and grid even more. So some innovation is there, but it could be good with some good suggestions for even more, because we are eager to succeed on this, both to speed up the process and also to make it more cost efficiently. And then it is about developing both how we operate it and the different market solutions that we have. When it comes to the grid there, as I said, we have an aging grid. The blue lines here is all 300 kV lines in the transmission grid today. And a lot of these lines are old and they need to be reinvested in. And when we reinvested them, we do it at a higher capacity, 420 kilowatts, giving a substantial increase in the capacity. And this is why a large part of our planned transmission grid going forward is needed both in a low scenario, and it can also facilitate a high growth scenario. That's the good news. The bad news is, of course, if the low scenario develops and we still have to build up this, there are fewer to split the bill at the end of the day. And going forward, looking into the lives that we see, both in obtaining the licenses, in getting the constructors, and also given the increased cost, we have had to prioritize even more than we used to looking at this bunch. And we are prioritizing to reduce the bottlenecks in the system as a whole, to reduce the power price differences between regions, and also secure a supply of major cities and, of course, in Finnmark.
Yes.
And the last part that we're also looking into is also how we can strengthen security and preparedness. And we are here working also hard on being able to do maintenances to secure the high availability and extend the asset life in trying to, as we use the grid more, we also reduce somehow a bit the date of our components. So we are looking into how to make sure that we don't put more risk into the system.
We do. Then we should.
And as I said, we see a potential growth in consumption, but how high the growth will be will depend on the growth in production, because this affects the power prices, which again, as I said, is what decisions will be made from different industries in electrification. As we know, at the end of the day, it's mainly done by, it has to be profitable, or you have to have some subsidy scheme taking this into account.
Yeah.
And we are also then trying to help with the debate about production, making sure that the production hopefully being introduced into the system is done at good locations, seen from a grid point of view, a power system point of view. And here we have recommended where the offshore wind power should be introduced in the system. And we recently also delivered our recommendation that if Norway is to build out nuclear power production, these are the locations that's best suited to do so. The good thing with the grid is that it can be used both ways. So this is again looking at our needed grid development. If it is wind power, offshore wind power production being introduced, or if it is nuclear power production being introduced, the grid can serve both developments. So to sum up, we are working hard to do our part, but there is a joint effort needed, and we need more increased power generation, and we also try to advocate for more coordination in the development. And then energy efficiency and flexibility are also creating a more efficient system and more possibilities. And we see the energy cooperation as even more important than ever, also cooperating more with our neighboring countries. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have some time for some questions, comments, if there are any. Lots of hands here. What is?
Hi, much to Scandic for Syntax. Thanks for a very informative and interesting presentation. I want to ask about something slightly different. I'm not sure you were the one to answer, but one of the other mandates or maybe tasks that Statnett has is to now also assess the maturity of projects.
Sorry, assess.
The maturity of projects.
Yes.
And I'm now asking you with connected. And I'm wondering if you could say a little bit about that, your experiences, and also maybe about usually is Statnett set up the competence and resource-wise to do that now in the situation that I described, where it's just a massive demand?
Yes, I'd be pleased to comment a bit on it. And as you said, that's true. When handling this line of customer who wants to connect to the grid, we have these maturity levels that you have to reach. And you also have to give us a plan stating the key milestones. And if you don't meet them, you're kicked out of the line. So this line that we see is dynamic. And we are kicking out different projects from the line, trying and hoping that we can actually give connections to those who will actually use the grid capacity. Because we have seen some projects with little or slow development. So we are working on that. And we are also now, as part of our plan going forward, we are looking how we can tighten those demands even more than what we have today. Because we need that, see that we need to be even a bit more strong. Strict, like in how we handle different projects to make sure that we can actually kick out those who should not be there, taking. And it is a huge discussion also if we should also overlook more, if we should dare to do so, because we see that some of the projects do actually never end up being built. And if we have the competence, we are looking into different parts how to make sure that we have the right competence. And for some parts, of course, there has been new industries coming in, and we are then looking at how could we get more competence at the industry level, getting help from other sectors, not being the ones having the competence. For example, the intercenter industry as such, hydrogen industry as such. But then again, it's not our role to say who will say or not. We don't have any opinion on who should get the grid connection, but we have we have the task to make sure that we have a dynamic line and getting those who should get the connection there.
Right. Very good. Hey, Martina, it's me, Evan. Couple of things. First of all, we fully support you from the trade. The data center industry make the maturity requirements much more strict. Kick out the non-serious partners, make people pay to have their place in the queue. I think that it really needs to be cleaned up. I think you probably heard that from me before. Second thing, I want to give Statnett a thumbs up because I read a very interesting article. I think it was in Financial Times, where they have ranked the grid connection types across all European markets. And Norway and the Nordics were, much to my surprise, but on the very top. So I think you deserve an applause for that. It's, finally, there's something counterintuitive that I wanted to ask you about, and maybe you can enlighten me and the audience here. And it's how do you, for a layman, I'm regarding myself as a layman at this perspective, how do you explain the flow-based market itself? Because just to give you all my take on it, when we see large amounts of power being dumped into a price zone that has the zero price, that's in my view extremely counterintuitive. Thank you. Quick answer for the breaks.
Quick answer. Related to dumping production, that's up to the producers how they act in the market. When it comes to flow-based, I cannot do that quickly.
No.
But, and it's not. I don't think I should try to do it easily either. So I think I will let some of the others take that on later on.
Okay, then I'm sure we'll be returned to these issues. But now we even got a text message saying we should break and we're breaking for that. So let's do 15 minutes and thanks again for the talks. Speaking help most all the speakers.
Thanks, Dad. Are you not? Yeah, you can chat. Good job.
Wat moet ik sturen? Ik kan toen ik middag Sveriges. Ja. Wat zie je? Zo is waar je zit. Ik heb zin in.
That you don't want.
Van ingenieurs, wat ik jou binnen zet kan weer. Altijd de waar voor je wordt.
I kan ook niet dat zo dus ja.
Heel iets. Ja.
Je kan ja. Wel ook het. Zullen ze dan met ik spel voor de net zo met is.
My name is Claire Skamsted. I'm working in the Norwegian Coastal Administration shift podcast in Norwegian. Hello from Norway, my colleague. And I just want to send my employer with a few words before we are coming to the topics for the day. The Norwegian Coastal Administration is a transport agency that facilitates safe, efficient, and cleaner transportation by sea. I guess when you are thinking about transportation, it's the transportation of persons that you can read about in the papers. That's what comes up in the mind firstly. The Norwegian Coastal Administration, for us, it's particularly the transportation of goods we are thinking about. And in 24, 40% of inland transport work is done by Norwegian and foreign ships between Norwegian ports. 85% of all exported goods measured in weight, in metric tons, are transported by ships, and 80% of the imported goods are by ship. So it's an important way of transport. When it comes to alternative fuels and shore power facilities, the Norwegian Coastal Administration has few measures or legal authority on behalf of Norwegian ports. But Norwegian Coastal Administration has published an overview of alternative fuels in Norwegian ports where we distinguish between high voltage and low voltage power systems, as well as charging systems for battery powered ferries. We have also localized some relevant LNG facilities, methanol facilities, and are ready to do the same when the bunkering facilities for hydrogen and ammonia is ready in the future. From the perspective of the European Union, Norway exceeds the requirements on the supply side when it comes to the European alternative fuels infrastructure regulation. In Norwegian, we just call it AFIR. Before the demand side requirements under the EU Fuel Maritime Initiative are implemented in 2030 and 2035, a key challenge is that the available supply of shore power is not being utilized. This brings us over to some important challenges. The number of shore power facilities is significant, but the usage is limited. European measures will improve this in the future in the main ports of the Trans-European Transport Network, the so-called TEN-T ports, from 2030, and in all ports with shore power supply from 2035. Since Norway got smaller ships and smaller ports compared to much bigger ports in continental Europe, shore power for smaller ships and smaller ports are needed to reach ambitious Norwegian goals for emission reductions. Some port authorities are also considering dissuading or refusing ships from calling if the ships are not using shore power, especially cruise ships. At the same time, ports have an obligation to receive those ships. So the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries will assess this challenge. Stakeholders also experience that shore power facilities given financial support from other agencies, for example, Enova. I don't remember the name in English. Are not being built because of the shortage of electricity in the wind systems.
Yeah.
So I remember two examples. One is from Trondheim, and one example is in Narvik. The shore power facilities, the high voltage for cruise ships, they are quite big and costly. I think we are talking about something like 110 million or something. So they are quite big. For less mature alternative fuels, the Norwegian coastal administration is optimistic for future possibilities. But because of the aforementioned, what can we call it, struggle battle of energy resources, we are a bit anxious when it comes to the energy needed to produce, for example, hydrogen-based fuels like hydrogen and ammonia, and accept some additional challenges when it comes to toxic gases and risk of explosions.
Right.
The higher energy density in hydrogen-based fuels are very promising for shipping.
I see.
So, in conclusion, while not exhaustive, we have looked at some challenges regarding shore power and alternative fuels. Thanks for the invitation, Sami. Please come with some questions. I will try to answer them.
Okay, so that's it.
Yes, there's time for a couple of questions. Sorry?
Hi, September from NTNU. I was wondering if just this administration has any thoughts on that domestic production, like the renewable fuels, methanol, ammonia, and versus import. This is the case for probably most viable fuel.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have a kind of official answer for that question. For me, it's kind of it's better to produce it as locally as possible. It's a paradox, perhaps, to import the quantities of hydrogen needed for the use in transport from, for example, Germany, if it's possible to produce it ourselves closer to the market. So it cover both routes. And Enova, they are supporting now bunkering facilities for both hydrogen and ammonia, and the Norwegian Coastal Administration. In our overview, we are map those, and we want to map them in the overview, so everyone can see where they are. Yeah.
Spørsmål om cruiseskip. Men det var også en enorm vekst i cruiseskip inn til Norge. Så jeg fikk ikke helt taket på og så vet jo at det kreves stor effekt for å kjenne havn, men så fikk jeg ikke helt tak på hva er dilemmaet, altså hva er deres synspunkt på cruiseutviklingen, og hva slags dilemma ser du i forhold til utviklingen i cruise, sett fra kystvakt, det synes jeg.
Well, as I said, one dilemma is that when big investments are done, for example, you build a shore power facility for cruise ships, and when the cruise ships are coming, the shipping company doesn't want to use those facilities. That's the paradox. And then some port authorities in Norway, they want to do something about this, and they want to say to the shipping companies or cruise industry that we are not accepting this. We want you to use those facilities, and if you don't want to use them, you can go somewhere else. But there's other regulations that come into play. They are obliged to kind of help those cities also. So therefore, the ministry is doing some assessments on this and assess the legality of such measures. But of course, there's plenty positive effects on cruise ships, and all the many tourists want to go to those places, and so it's plenty good things about it also. But it's some paradoxes and some what do we call it? The challenges that is.
Okay, so I'm going to hold that thought. I saw your hand, but we need to move to the next speaker, and so hold the thoughts. We're going to go to Stephen Barton from NTRANS. Go ahead. Go talk about the situation in heavy transporting. Igen, az. Without fingers. To me? Yeah. It's a bit. Yeah, good afternoon. We get to see many familiar faces. Always nice to be at the NTRANS Conference. So my name is Stefan Macker. I'm an associate professor in quantitative logistics, working with modeling of transport systems, energy systems. I was a bit ambitious, nothing. I will try to present two research projects which are ongoing. And the first one is the PhD work from Celine, who is funded in NTRANS. So she looks at this interface between transport and energy systems. But if there's some time left, I will try to focus on a different project where we're collaborating a bit with the Norwegian Trucking Association, more of an operational problem, which can be solved. So this is Celine. Unfortunately, she cannot join as she's in France this week. I hope she'll join the next event. Her PhD will be papers first been published this week. So I recommend people to have a look. This is targeting the linking of the national free transport model with the energy system model, and in collaboration with East Camilla, who is the co-supervisor of SPRI. And then the second work almost finished is targeting this long-term uncertainty we're facing in decarbonization new products. So we tried to model this in a smart way and get a bit more robust decarbonization pathways. Then what I focus on now is a strategic problem for fast charging station location. For, of course, heavy duty transport. So where do we start here? We have some research questions. We're interested in currently we have good infrastructure, and Norway is supporting now some the establishment of underveis ladestasjoner, as they call it. A couple of them have been established, several planned. So we collaborated with the charge point operator to investigate where should you position the chargers, how much should you install, where, when, etc. So we want to understand more about this problem. And then in general, we're interested in uncertainty. We don't know how fast the vehicle fleet can transition to full battery electric heavy-duty trucks. We don't know exactly the demand for transport in the upcoming decades. So there's uncertainty, and we also covered this connection issue, power availability. So what must be considered that? One. And then, since we take the perspective of one charging operator, there are some limitations in the budget availability, like where you can invest, cannot do everything at once. So in this work, we look at long distance transport. Here we define it as the movement of good flows between origin and destination of at least 150 kilometers. Not the distribution routes within a municipality or city, which are used to electrifying depot charging available, but here we have some longer stretches. We have candidate charging stations available, hundreds of locations identified by our partner company. We consider Europa riksveier, and then as we assume different things about the trucks available, when they're available, and their characteristics, battery capacity. Yes. So with this problem, we aim to figure out where we should position charging stations, when to open them, and how many chargers should be tested. Then we consider driving regulations, hours of service regulations. Drivers should be able to rest, pause, and charge. So then the charging network should accommodate for this. Yes. The purpose in the end is that the charging network accommodates as much traffic as possible, which implies maximizing profits, right? Getting as much trucks to charge this revenue within the market. Then we need to model the transport demand. That's a tough job. We could use the transport demand data from the national freight transport model. Gives information on where the goods are moved from where to where. So I think it's a good starting point. As already mentioned, we have the station locations. So we added uncertainty on grid connection or capacities, as well as the development of the demand for electric freight. I should say this is ongoing work. We are getting our first results and looking at this discussions afterwards. We can improve it. I just wanted to sketch the initial We have final slide for this project, some initial results. On the left, we see some model outcomes. So in red, we see the flow of goods, visualized with the thicker line for more good flow. Then we have these green bullet points, which are potential locations where we want to move the goods, both on origin or destination. And then the bigger circles are open the charging station locations, and then the longest number of high power chargers. So what do we see? For example, the Oslo-Bergen corridor is something of interest, which we would like to invest early. See by the colors in the field already. Next year we should get to or dimension it with 2 charges. Also the stretch to Oslo and Trondheim, that corridor is important. Of course, that's in the north, and the southern corridor is of interest. We see the effect of uncertainty, initial effect with many potential locations. We don't change the locations which are chosen, only the dimension. So that's of interest. There are some places which are important and which match well with the charging profiles and the hours of service regulation. So that's initial thoughts. On the right, I just added the men from Enova. They are, of course, supporting this. Charging stations, not only from our partner company, but also a couple of others. I guess we're 3 or 4 establishing a heavy-duty charging network. And Norwegian matches quite well the structure we observe with the same corridors which are planned. Currently, we have a couple of charging stations which facilitate heavy-duty trucks. More are to come to the future. Okay, now I should have some more time, but not much. Not much. If you want comments. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one is fun. Maybe I shouldn't say too much about it, but here we are looking on at the long-distance transport. So I think for road transport, these distribution routes, electrifying them, it's okay. But there's some investment issues, capital availability, but this is not a big technological issue. It does become tricky for this long distance drive, where you have to have one rest your line, and this is an example of a route. We talked to 20 long distance transport operators connected to the Trucking Association. I think that's good. This is the route they drive. They take a ferry and have a cluster of customers in the Netherlands, and then they go to Germany. They are standing here in a queue in line, and then having to charge. That can really impact the length of the driving, but also when you need to stop, etc. So we wanted to look at this. How does it work when doing these routes with better electric trucks? How important is the availability of charging infrastructure? What should the distance be between charging stations? And what is the value of synchronizing your rests with charging time? So we thought that we should turn around this question and we're thinking, what is the cost of not being able to do this? As we don't have the infrastructure yet, we don't have the planning methods synchronizing with let's consider of this long distance charging companies. But it's really just to give you an idea of what's going on. So we were the long route with 13 hours driving and some service time at customers, origin destination.
Right.
You need to add hours of service regulations. So there should be a break after you can drive at most 4.5 hours, and then you have to have a break 45 minutes, or maybe 30 plus 50. You need to sleep at some point. So one solution now could be to drive for 4 hours, the break, drive, then this customer, visit the next one, steam, and then the next thing, drive back home. Whatever we add the charging here. So maybe there are some chargers available. Then you can just when you drive past one recharge on the go. This will increase the length of the route. On top of the bricks, now we also have to do your recharge to take it over. With a bit smart, we try to synchronize. Maybe we charge a bit earlier, take an early rest. That means we have to charge later during the route to fill up the battery again. We can do it maybe while the sleeping. Yeah. And this might not increase the route length. So that's the ideal. And what we're okay is performance better with more chargers. So that's the problem we look at, the electric vehicle truck driver scheduling problem. None of us looked at it in this setting for long distance transport, surprisingly, so we are happy to work on that. Preliminary results, final results, I want to show is just here we have two approaches. Either we plan in a greedy fashion, not synchronize them too much. Then we try to synchronize. And this is the completion time of a couple of routes we tested. And we see that there is use in improvement. Turning it around can be very costly if you don't manage to compress or recharge. That's I think the key point of good planning or good infrastructure. Otherwise, this will become costly and will be tricky to perform those routes and compete with non-electric, which has been okay. Super. Thanks a lot. Both would you have questions? Maybe next speaker can prepare while we take a couple of questions.
Hi, thank you for great presentation. I'm just, I don't know if I can categorize it as a comment or a question, but when I was listening to you and I looked at the map, I started thinking, based on my background, and I'm studying this maritime transition and food transition, basically, I looked at the map and I realized, okay, many of these points are very close to ports. And especially thinking of this policy in Norway encouraging transporting gas and resources and using ships rather than roads. Do you think it would be possible to add another layer of intermodal transport, perhaps, and using some of the ports who are already producing or supplying energy, any type of energy, not just electricity, but maybe hydrogen, and as a challenging point? And maybe, do you think it would be possible to solve some of their problems because they have some sort of problem with planning their transport of hydrogen, like gas or ammonia? So I'm just thinking of adding layer on layer to your work. I know you have done some work on maritime supply chain also. So yes, to see it possible or valuable or
Good question. I think there were multiple questions. Maybe I can try to answer the first one. I understood it as what is the potential of mode shift? So can we move some of the goods from the road to the sea? We've done some work on it. The paper just published by our research trainings also does on the short analysis on this. There is a lot more literature on mode shift. I think the short answer there it's difficult, and reasons being that cost differences are too high and also time usage with consolidation and time usage in ports. So the road network is flexible and fast. So for maybe some product groups, it might work with the right calculation. However, the models show it's difficult, just purely a technical perspective. Increase the share. We heard stating some large numbers on when we look at transport work.
which is explained by the bulk and liquid jam, right? I'm kind of solid bulk, so that's booming up the numbers.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah.
My representanten the quite difference how fine the average in summer and winter conditions. Have you considered that in your analysis?
Yes. So you could see, if you remember that the previous year on the charging station locations and the capacity, they were quite low. There was 4 scenario more thingy had pessimistic scenario where we consider the maximum amount of fuel we can serve on the worst case conditions. For the other work, the operational scheduling, we also look at different battery capacities or efficiencies depending on the weather conditions.
Or even consider shorter driving distance. I guess in winter you need to have shorter distance between the charging.
Yes, so now we saw and we use and battery capacities as they are, but we changed the efficiency and the gauges and of course driving ranges and we have yes really into this makes it quickly.
Okay, excellent. So I'm able to move to the next speaker. So Nathan's. Regular shift from the road to the skies, and Martina Fantini was about electrifying the skies. Right.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martina. I'm a PhD candidate within NTRANS and based at NTRANS. My research focuses on energy transition in the aviation industry, but I'm not on the technical side of things. So I rather look at how industry and policy stakeholders in aviation negotiate and coordinate the building of new value chains for low carbon aviation fuels and technologies. And in this presentation, I will give you a little bit of an overview of what's going on in Norway with respect to electrifying air traffic based on my research. So in terms of content, this is what the presentation may look like, but we'll just start without further ado. I guess you're all familiar with this figure showing the share of electrification diffusion in Norway, and maybe also this figure. So we can say that both EVs and electric shipping in Norway can be considered success stories. And Norway itself is a pioneer and a leader in these developments. So the question comes fairly natural that if cars and ships can go electric, why don't we see planes flying electric yet? Let us first dive a little bit into the structural conditions of the Norwegian aviation industry. When I interviewed people for my research, I've very often been told that aviation is quite a fundamental social and economic factor in the Norwegian economy, as it enables connectivity between Norway and other European countries and beyond, and it substantially mitigates Norway's dispersed geography. And within the country as well, it enables mobility of people in areas where no other infrastructure is either available or functional. Yet, of course, aviation also is a big polluter and represents 8% of the whole Norwegian transport sector GHG emissions.
Okay.
So there is an urge to decarbonize the industry, and electrification is one of the possible solutions. Policymakers too recognize the urgency of decarbonizing aviation, and indeed the government has prioritized 1 billion NOK for low carbon aviation development, although no specific low carbon solution is mentioned in this document. And government agencies like Enova or Innovation Norway, they also play a key role in supporting testing and financing innovations. And at one point, Avinor too stated that all domestic air traffic in Norway would be electrified by 2040. Although recently they debunked this claim, generally committing to fossil-free aviation by 2050. And there is something going on. Within the industry, new players are emerging, like this Norwegian startup that is the process of developing an all-electric amphibious plane. They mostly rely on private capital, but Enova has also joined forces. And they currently represent the Norwegian aircraft manufacturing industry as a whole, as no other manufacturer exists in Norway. So that's pretty ambitious, I would say. As for infrastructure, some early projects are emerging too, like this collaboration between the airport in Stavanger and Kempower for a charging infrastructure. But as for this, other thing I've come across in my interviews is the need to substantially expand the grid to allow for real infrastructure development. Research is also growing on this topic in universities, but also other institutions like SINTEF and regional cluster initiatives. So I hope we'll catch up with the research on grid shipping soon. But most importantly, in April 2024, the Norwegian Civil Aviation Authority and Avinor established an international test arena in Norway that encompasses the whole Norwegian airspace and airport network. It's a test arena for low carbon fuels and technologies, including electric aviation. So I would say this is a substantial development regulation-wise, as it is treated as a regulation sandbox where new technologies can be tested in a protected regulatory environment, and it is intended to attract innovators from both within and outside Norway to test their innovations, share knowledge, collaborate, and ultimately accelerate the creation of a low carbon aviation ecosystem. Also, the Norwegian Civil Aviation Authority is collaborating with European authorities on this, so it's a pretty broad project. But substantial challenges remain related to technology performance, especially energy density of batteries for planes and the wind. The lack of sufficiently developed infrastructure, both with respect to the charging infrastructure and the grid, uncertainty in regulations, the high costs of building this ecosystem compared to fossil aviation, and maybe also competition among different low carbon aviation solutions, especially on electricity. Based on my research, if someone asked me to assess how ready it is Norway to electrify air transport, I would visualize it roughly like this. I think policies are proactive. We have established test beds. The technology is promising. Also, we have a pretty broad short-haul network where we could introduce shorter range technologies of battery planes, but still infrastructure and regulations represent substantial bottlenecks that also result in a big uncertainty in the market and cautiousness, to say the least, in large-scale investments. So, in conclusion, I would say that Norway is an early mover when it comes to low carbon aviation in general and electric aviation specifically. It is leading in the experimentation phase, but the future is still uncertain. And also, one thing I would like to point out is that aviation is a global industry, and there is only so much a single country can do if global supply chains are not there yet, and also very much prone to uncertainty. But to just to go back to the initial thoughts about electric mobility with cars and shipping, I think that electrifying aviation, unlike other means of transport, will also require a change in how we perceive and approach air travel. So flying will not be the same once planes are electric, and this is also something that we need to reflect on. So, yeah, thanks for your attention, and this was all. I made you one love notice. We could have journals. We didn't write it.
I'm glad it's worked.
So there is time for a couple of questions if there are.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just adding the question very quick. When you were mentioning the two challenges, I started thinking how about these things in industrial aspects, especially when you're saying that different companies is international, very international there. So, how is your take on the normative and cognitive visions? I know that it's electricity, so one can basically say that, yeah, it's electricity, but we see electricity in usage, and another sector in usage here. How you feeling of observing anything related to that? Yeah, thank you.
So you're asking whether society is willing to fly electric, or if electricity usage in other industries with
mainly the first one. I am so in the aviation business with the business owners are relevant to both society as public and also as the one who are going to this accord with X daily.
I think there is, of course, skepticism, and there needs to be more knowledge diffusion, I would say, and more involvement of the customers in these kind of innovations. But the business models themselves are still uncertain, so the companies don't know yet with what kind of people they are targeting. They have ideas. Still, some companies are setting up living labs where they give people the opportunity to familiarize with the technology through one of those wizards. I don't know if that's the word in English, but still, like with augmented reality, they can simulate the experience of flying electric, and that I think is a good thing for legitimacy and for customer involvement. And as for business owners, I would say, as I said, there might be competition, and many sectors who need electricity, and the grid is already poorly developed, especially in some areas. So that remains to be seen. What I know is that, I had the opportunity to enter the school at Falmouth, and they are not really thinking about aviation. So it's gone in the ties, I guess. But just think there.
Okay, thanks so much. So we have to move to the next sector there. Thanks, Martina. Very good. And then we're shifting from air to offshore again, but now to the petroleum sector, and some thoughts from Equinor. Go ahead, Simen Moxnes.
Thank you very much. Simen Moxnes, I'm Senior Advisor within New Energy Systems, and last 4 years I actually worked with the transformation of the Norwegian continental shelf. And I'm only going to talk about the one on the left here. What I can say about these two, about hydrogen and CCS. Our focus now is the market focus. We have taken this as long as we can technologically. Now we need to mobilize the market. That is all. To be able to produce blue hydrogen, you need to have control over the emissions in your whole value chain. And that is actually what the electrification of the Norwegian continental shelf is all about. The big pictures here, what is this? This is an LM 2500, a GE gas turbine generator, or you can say gas turbine generator. It's actually a rebuilt jet engine. The nice thing with this is that it takes very little space. It's very light. Both of those are parameters that matters when you are building out the infrastructure in the ocean. The downside of it is that each of those emit approximately 100,000 tons CO2 per year. That is the same as 50,000 petrol cars. So that is the big picture. 79, that was the number of gas turbines in regular use operated by Equinor in 2021 when I started this project. So what is electrification all about? Well, it is replacing the energy you get from these gas turbines that are running on fuel gas. That means the gas we get from the oil field to each level place. It is an energy that we have. We have looked upon it as abundant. So the fact that this machine only utilizes 30% of the energy in the methane, there has not been a big consideration. That's not the case anymore. But what is electrification all about? Well, it's important to know that we use those gas turbines, the blue one here are the turbines, for two purposes. One is for producing electricity that a lot of our equipment offshore is running on. 2/3 of our gas turbines are actually compressing gases. And when understanding what electrification is all about, that the difference between replacing a turbine for generating electricity and a turbine compressing gas, that is quite a different story. So when we talk about part electrification, then we replace the power generation offshore. That is a quite relatively, easy task. Since you are more or less just bypassing this system and plugging in a power source directly into your main distribution board. It's not necessarily that simple, but that is more or less the issue. This equipment, if you don't need that space for anything else, you can just leave as a backup. When we are electrifying a compressor train, that is quite all the beast.
and then we have to remove the equipment we have on board and install and replace that with a fully integrated electric compressor. Okay. I talked about energy utilization. This is a very schematic sketch on what we need or how, if we need 1 terawatt hour of useful energy offshore, then we will use natural gas or methane with the primary energy content of 3 terawatt hours to do that. If we instead get that power from shore, we have 3 more gas with those 3 terawatt hours more to export to the European energy system. This is a very simplistic approach, assuming that they use all that gas to produce electricity in a modern gas power plant in Europe. But the difference in energy utilization is quite obvious in this case. But the story is that you don't use all the natural gas for producing electricity, approximately 1/3. 1/3 is used in industrial processes for industrial heat, etc. And 1/3 is used for domestic purposes, mainly in heating housing. So here we have done a bottom-up analysis of our electrification portfolio. And on average, in the period from next year until 2050, we will on average for the offshore use, use 4 terawatt hours. At the same time, that results in 8.5 more terawatt hours of useful energy. That's important. Useful energy in the European system. So that means that you have a net gain of 2.1 times more energy in the system, which is a good thing. Okay. Electrification has a long history in the Norwegian oil and gas business. It all started back in 1991 when the parliament introduced a special tax on emitting CO2 in the offshore business. That shows us 2 things, actually. That one of the things is that it was accepted policy that emitting CO2 is a bad thing already in 1990. This was 2 years after Brundtland delivered this report with the UN Commission. The other thing was that they realized that the oil and gas business is one major emitter in the Norwegian continental shelf or in the Norwegian economy. But from 1996, the parliament instructed that all new developments of oil and gas should be evaluated from electrification. Which again, what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that they at that point knew that electrification was electrified platforms was better tool than platforms that utilizes gas. That was the same year when Troll was starting production. That is a coincidence, but anyway. In 2005, the ETS quota system was introduced, and then you see the number of platforms being electrified since then. We are currently working with these platforms. We and Aker BP has Trygve, and there's actually just one electrification project left that has not been where industrial decision has not been taken, and that is the Gamle electrification project. So what have we actually achieved? Well, if you look then first on the period from 2005 to when the EU ETS quota system was introduced until today, we have reduced emissions on the Norwegian continental shelf by 3 million tons per year. That's a 30% reduction. Partly because, this green dot there is that if we have done nothing, and in addition, we have not electrified new installations. That means that will be the case, for example, if you on the Sverdrup was not electrified. And then we see the effect of
the electrification portfolio, that means that we take existing plants and rebuild them, like the figure I showed earlier here. Consolidation, that means using your equipment in a smarter, more energy efficient way, and then you have pure energy efficiency measures. All those are things we have done to get that 30% reduction. In the same period, in production, total production from the Norwegian continental shelf, that is from 2021. I mean, not the same period, but since we started the Norway Energy Hub and what we call now since we started the coordinated way with the hiring electrification portfolio. Climate initiative in Norway is called that project. Well, in that period, the production has gone up, the emissions has gone down. And that is solely due to those measures that I showed you in the last figure. And that is one of the main reasons why. And what does this figure show? Well, it just shows the emission intensity from natural gas delivered to the European markets from different sources. And the width of each of those bars shows the volume, how large part of the volume comes from Norway. And as you know, that is quite a significant part. Europe has a bit of production. Then you have different LNG deliveries, still some pipe gas from Russia, and a significant delivery of LNG from the US. What does the height show? That is the emissions per produced gas. Gas unit. The pipe gas in Norway has upstream emissions of 8 tons per 10,000 barrels of oil equivalents. Okay. That is 2% of the emissions during combustion.
It's very interesting.
2% of the emission from combustion. And you see that number down here when you burn natural gas, you emit 350 that is kilograms per barrels of oil equivalent.
In latest steam.
If you go to the other extreme, LNG from US, there the upstream emissions are approximately 1/3 of the emissions at combustion. This matters. This really matters, and one of the reasons, there are two main reasons to this. It is that the main gas machine thrown over coastless is electrified, and that we have very good control of the methane emissions in the Norwegian continental shelf.
Exactly.
Here we also see LNG from Norway, of course, higher emission intensity since you use more energy to cool down and compress the gas. But the Scandic is electrified. It will be better than pipe gas from Europe. Back to, of course, a lot of this is politically driven. It has been a lot of talk about the tax package since it was introduced in 2021. Not very strange that there has been a lot of discussions there. But it's important to understand what the Parliament actually instructed the current government and the industry on. Yes, they instructed the industry, or actually they instructed the government together with the industry to come up with a plan to reduce emissions by 50% compared to 2005. The current emission from the industry at that time was 40%. And then there is quite important part of the text there within the framework of the current policy instruments. And what are the policy instruments from reducing emissions from the Norwegian continental shelf, it is one main thing, and that is the CO2 tax that I refer to, the special CO2 tax. And it's fair to say that what really accelerated our electrification of brownfield that point, that was when the Solberg government actually in the climate bill in 2021 said that in 2030, the CO2 minimum level of the total CO2 tax, that means the EU ETS quota and the special Norwegian tax, should be 2,000 kroners per person. What did that lead to? Well, it meant that in a lot of our projects that had a negative net present value suddenly got economic G. Since the abatement cost, the cost per removing each kilogram of CO2, suddenly was below the long-term CO2 tax. Without, I would say, without that predictability, a lot of the electrification projects that we are currently executing would not have happened. However, we have not succeeded in building a portfolio with abatement cost below the CO2 tax that takes us all the way to 50%. I did look for today with the Equinor operated facility in 2030, we will be at 42% reduction. If we are allowed, and I have to say, if we are allowed to execute the Grande project and do a very good job at energy efficiency, we will be in 2034 on 57%. Not too bad actually, regards, and then again, we have taken that 50% target and actually made it our own for a whole business, and we see we will not reach it in 2030. But we will reach it some years later. These two projects, that is where we fail, and where we fail, this fail in getting the cost as far below the CO2 tax. I have to go in for landing acid. Yeah, I understand that. Then this is just a figure showing what are we actually doing. This shows us total energy consumption in the years towards 2050. These are powered, the green areas are powered either from shore or from Hywind Tampen, which is as you also visible. And this is power produced by gas turbines offshore. And remember, this is utilized power, so these are directly comparable. And these are actually showing as what we are doing now. We are, for the longest living assets, we are changing from in the wrong perspective, from gas to electricity. I will just say 2 words about technology. Yes, the work with an electrification portfolio has really stretched the technological limits, not at least of alternating current distribution offshore. We are now believe that 340 kilometers are possible with AC technology, which is quite much more inexpensive than HVDC technology, direct current, by actually reducing the frequency. That is quite the interesting part. And then it's very important to see that in doing this task, we have not only looked at power control. We have looked on, you see the range of concepts here, from biofuels, which can be really discussed, to brownfield CCS. There is no one that can compete with the power control on abatement cost. And that is the reason why our call it low carbon energy generation portfolio is mainly power control. And if we will not achieve to get abatement cost below the CO2 cost, because we are not, as a company, we are not taking these decisions by ourselves. We are doing this in a partnership together with Petoro, together with the other license partner. Finally, this is going to also pass the oil and gas department, and it's not within Petoro's mandate to sanction profitable projects. That's the reality. Well, that's really accurate.
Thank you.
Don't keep the brakes. Although we are at the keeping with our traditional big slightly behind on schedule. But we can take 1 or 2 questions, I think, before we do our break. I'm back.
Thank you. I'm Elenia from Institute for Energy Technology. I'm curious because if you're electrifying today, I assume the oil and gas activity will go down and the need for electricity will go down in the future. So that we have capacity from shore that we will not utilize. So the first, is that correct? I think the second, if there's something in it, how will it influence your profitability of electrifying?
Function. Again, these joint ventures are the green one. There is the profile, we believe, of electric energy, and that will increase until 2034, and then it will gradually reduce as the production reduces. But was that your question, actually?
You over-dimension for something in the future you won't utilize the capacity.
We base our business cases on what we believe will be the economic lifetime of each and every asset. And it's the long-living assets that are prioritized because, these are very big projects, it's quite expensive projects, and it will also be the assets with a long lifetime that has the best economy. So by the laws of the economy, they will also win that competition. Okay, short question. There you are. It's me again. I was going to ask about the rating costs. So fortunately, you jumped into it. One was wondering, to what extent are the collection costs covered in this cost to the students? So the costs of the anleggsbidrag, that's included. So what we are, this is calculated for each and every project, and for the Snøhvit future project. Yes, anleggsbidrag, there is a cost sheet there between Stadland project. Yeah. So we when we do our business calculations, it is what we have to pay that we include in our calculation. We also do social economic calculation, and in that case, for example, for Snøhvit future, we then needed to take the full cost if you do a social economic one. For Snøhvit future, then we have to take the full cost of Scandic. But if you do a social economic calculation, you use another interest rate, and you do not actually discount the CO2 1 meter. That's quite difficult. It's very important to know that there are several ways of calculating a baseline cost. And that is a bit based on the risk level actually. So environmental directorate use a much lower interest rate when they evaluate than we do as business. Okay, so there's a lot of hands, but hold your thoughts because we'll have a chance to discuss with you later today also. I'll be here for the rest of the day. Yeah. And as we also need the break, I think. So now it is 42. Can we manage with 10 minutes? I know that's scary, but let's try. If we can kick off again at 52, and we have your chance for coffee and whatever else we get. Thanks. Great hand to all the speakers. I'm not as cold as that, but now we're going into a session where we look at all this from a regional perspective. We have Sivert Spallerev, who will sort of from Trøndelag's perspective first. Can you hear me? Can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you very much. My name is Sivert Spallerev. I'm from Trøndelag County Authority, which is what it's called in English. I will talk a little bit about the energy system in Trøndelag. So this is our little energy team. We're 6 people, and we're under the regional development and dental health department in Trøndelag. I also want to say a little bit about the operating budget for 2025. This is what it looks like, and it will look like this the last years also. It doesn't change very much every year. Competency, that's teachers. Some parts that's ferries, buses, and etc. Big, that's roads.
And then that as regional development. It doesn't change much from year to year. We might have a bit more money in teaching or a bit less money in roads. So that really just depends on whether it's left-leaning or right-leaning majority politicians. But yeah, you're allowed to laugh. But yeah, in the county authority, we really like plans. I've seen a couple of plans today as well. And this is our new plan. It's called the Regional Plan for Energy Transition. And energy transition here meaning the transition from fossil fuels to electricity, clean energy. It was approved this summer. And what we found out is that we really have a lot of solutions to much of our problems. But the problem is that we don't have enough power. You might say that, well, we have internet power in Norway, and we did at some point. We had internet power. We had so much internet power that we made a tran in Trondheim. I learned this recently. We made a tran because we didn't know what internet power was. And no one needed a tran, but we made a tran.
Oh, I feel.
And so this is what we're looking at for the next 25 years. It's quite convenient, some would say. It's not completely right because the electrification of the Halten area, that's the toy platforms outside of Trøndelag, is cancelled, as we just saw, but it's still a substantial imbalance. And this is the energy system in Trøndelag. So you can see where the energy is coming from and where it's going. This was not made by us, but by Akershus County Authority. A couple of things I want to point out here. First is the commercial buildings and the households. A lot of energy goes into heating of commercial buildings and households. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. The other thing is transport. We have a lot of buses in Trondheim and Trøndelag, and the government said that all these buses need to be electric by 2026. So we'll need in 2029, because that's where our contracts are now. It's good. And we're hoping to change this to make more of the industry use more electricity rather than fossil fuels. In addition to implementing carbon capture, which, as you know, is very power intensive. So whilst there's no one solution for all of these problems, so for the problem, I'll read it. But point here is that we need more power. And even though people are concerned with power, it's not really the amount of terawatt hours per year people are concerned with. People are concerned with grid connectivity. And there's not one solution to this, but I want to touch on two things which I think will be important in the coming years. The first is what the industrial hubs in Trøndelag can do to get more connectivity. Because they can't just go and build more grid. That's not their job. That's Tensing and Southland's job. This is a small industrial hub, and they want to expand, and I think they need something around 25 megawatts or something like that. What they're doing, or is planning to do, and they recently got support and money from Innovation in Norway. So that's great. But what they're doing are they're creating local energies, solar and wind power. They're planning to have batteries to facilitate for energy storage, which in and of itself has its own regulatory problems. They're becoming more circular, so using this heat internally in the industrial hub. And load shifting or day shifting, that's a big one. That essentially means the whole industry will have coming together and agreeing to not produce power at the exact same time. So very smart solutions here. The other thing I think will be very important is district heating. We're not very good at district heating in Norway. Oslo is good at district heating. Sweden is much better. Sweden and Denmark are much better at district heating than us. We're about, I think, 60% of all energy that's used in households come from district heating, and Norway is closer to 10-15%, I think. And it's not like we can't implement district heating in Norway, and we're in Trøndelag. We have forests, we have bio-waste, and along the shore and coastline, you could even implement sea wind hubs. So it's not that it's not viable, because the infrastructure is not really there.
and knows really sure who is supposed to build that infrastructure. This is a survey we did a month or two ago, which about excess heat available at the industrial plants in Trøndelag. As you can see on the map, that's where the heat industries are located, and collectively they have an excess heat potential of 3.8 terawatt-hours per year, which is quite substantial. But it's unrealistic to think that we can use all of that. Some of it is corrosive and it's really difficult to use, or straight up impossible to use. It's all not one temperature. So you saw it more suitable for district heating. Some might be more suitable for growth and houses and such. But by far the biggest problem is that, as you can see on the map, the industries are not located where people are. They're located in the districts. In the same survey, we've also examined the flexibility potential in Trøndelag. We found that we have 300 megawatts available for flexibility. And just to have something to compare that to, most of the new projects in the policy lie around 10 to 15, maybe 20 megawatts, except for the big ones, which is hydrogen and data centers, which is around 100 to 200 megawatts. Well, yeah, this is my last point, and I'll turn carefully there. We in the County Authority have a regional perspective. We have to care about the whole county again. We have to care about the industries and the power connection to all the whole county. The municipalities tend to have closer view of things, be more trouble vision. I want to talk a little bit about concessionary power, because how that works is that if you produce power in a municipality, that municipality gets the money from selling that power within the municipality. But if it's sold without from outside of the municipality, the money goes to the county authority, which is nice for us. And I will not say if that's right or wrong, but that's just the reality of it. That's how it works. So that gives an incentive for the municipality to use all that remaining power which they are creating in their municipality. And the power municipalities, power producing municipalities are also rural. Trust me, that's rural. They're also rural, and also struggle with people moving out of their municipality. And so I think that leads to a bunch of rash decisions made in the municipalities. They combine fear of people moving away from the municipality and willingness to, or want of using that remaining power with actually producing. I think that the municipalities don't always get exactly what they want. I think the municipalities need to be a bit more hard to get. Because we've seen plenty of examples of municipalities just choosing the first and best and not being completely happy with the results afterwards. But I think the problem is lack of communication and dialogue. And I think that we're working with is trying to get a common space where municipalities and the Statnett and Tensu, and of course us, the county authority, a place where we can come together and talk, so that we can get better solutions. There has not really been a tradition for example, Tensu and Statnett to talk together. There really wasn't any need to either, because we had the Internet power. Remember, you could put industries anywhere and just put a line there. It's all good. It's not like that anymore. Planning of all this needs to account for infrastructure, where the power is, power lines, and the industry. It all has to be planned together, which I think the startup was saying something about earlier as well. Because if not, you get this is stir said. That's a beautiful industrial hub. Located in Midtre Jaurnal. And it was gonna be a big, beautiful industrial hub, close to the East Side Railways as well. And this is what it looks like today. Because no one made a phone call to Tennessee to ask if there was any power available. So, yeah. It was not my intention to throw a større like if I see her, but that means I do it. They're doing much better now. People are moving in. They have new contracts with people moving in into the industrial hub, and they are in a project together with Sintef and with Tensio, which is called Coordinated Connection, which I think would be really good. Yes, that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sigrid. Lots of stuff happening in Trøndelag. Questions?
No difficult questions, please.
Difficult questions. No, but fasting. Maybe you can. You hinted at this in your talk about sort of that the difference might make in an administration with different political interests or wings. Can you say something about some of the relationship between you guys during this? How you work with those politicians on a sort of day-to-day basis?
Yeah. Well, I work in the administration, and so my job is to make the politicians do their job, because they make all of this cheese, and I'm here trying to lay the foundation to them to base their opinions on. And there are mostly two ways we're working with this. Either it's the politicians coming to us and asking for something. And the most recent I've been involved in is how EGS2 is going to evolve affect Trøndelag and the industries in Trøndelag. But we also have in the financial, we have I think it's 29 points of like an action plan that we base our work on it. Okay.
Also there's Marcus from Sintef. In your work with the industrial plan, are you building upon plans from the municipalities for interviews with the municipalities?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So do Trondheim have a similar plan?
For that,
Will Trondheim have a similar plan for the municipality?
most municipalities have some sort of a single plan.
Thank you.
And we have Trondheim here, so we can discuss with them during talks. Here, there's lots similar to read like this. Designing music now to research, I'll just some stuff they will talk about the project called Respond 2030.
In here. Yeah, so the program said, so what was the program said that there's now it's better now. Not better. No better. Energy. I can maybe just use my number. Yeah, that's the that's like just there to be deployed to coordination efforts. All right, is it working now? Yes. Okay. So the program said Jens Aldo Orkestan or Jens Hansson, and I'm sorry to disappoint you all because I'm Orkestan. Jens Hansson is over there. He's the manager of Pittsburgh, which is a new project we started this year, funded by the Research Council of Norway. It's about trying to understand how we can sort of get the energy transition going in a region, Norway, I'll get back to that, and focusing on heavy industry. So I guess we all know, that the energy-intensive process industry is an important sector in Norway and also a large source of emissions, about 25% of the regional emissions. Very important for value creation, for jobs, for exports. And it's a sector that already cut a lot of emissions, right? And big and huge cut in emissions since 1990. And I wouldn't say it's low-hanging fruits because there's been serious effort, a lot of
big scale energy efficiency and so on, optimization. But kind of for the next steps, we need what we can call radical innovation, kind of need to change industrial processes and so on. And I'm sure you're all also aware of that. In Norway, we're mainly talking about scope 1 emissions because we have mainly energy going into process industry, but there are process industry emissions that we need to deal with via things like electrification that we heard a lot about, electrification of industrial processes, or CCS or the like. And globally, these kinds of industries are basically off target to reach net zero goals. So not a lot needs to happen. And to this UEM, so there's this need for more knowledge on how to transform the industry faster. And we think it's also really important that we understand the regional variation in the conditions for this happening. And we already heard this in talks today, that there are big differences in grid constraints, for example. We know that the way that infrastructure for CO2 or CCS is being developed, there are regions that are more proximate to storage sites, and there are other regions that are maybe far away with small emissions and more distributed emissions. So that kind of regional variation we think is important. So here in this project, we're focusing on Nordland. Nordland is a large energy-intensive process industry region in Norway, accounts for over 50% of emissions in the county. And we know Nordland as one of those power surplus counties in Norway, but it's quite fragile. So that can quickly change with new lines being developed or with new big consumption coming on board, like huge hydrogen, so the processing plants, for example, that could quickly change. There is, like in other parts of Norway, quite much constraints in grid capacity, both transmission line and maybe even more distribution lines. And there's a very strong increase in regional power demand, both from the established industry that's there, but also a lot of emerging process industry that could be developed, hydrogen, ammonia, for example, but also data centers and these things we heard about. And there's also the need for electrification of maritime transport, which is still come quite slow, short in the north compared to areas further south in Norway. And also the agriculture is a sector that is growing and that has an increasing demand for a lot of the same resources. So the goal here is, together with this set of partners that we have from both the public sector and the industry in Nordland, is to develop these kind of regional energy transition roadmaps for how we can decarbonize the industry. So we really set that center stage, but it's important to understand this in its wider context within the sector and what it means to decarbonize in different ways. What does that mean for other sectors? What does it mean for jobs, value creation? What's the impact on nature and the aerial use of these kinds of things? And I forgot to say this in the beginning, but it kind of builds on a portfolio of projects now developed in and around NTRANS that try to do this kind of bridging between more social-technical, qualitatively oriented analysis and forms of modeling. And in this project, we're working with Pedro and colleagues at the INDUT and also Think for Industry to do this kind of bridging with macroeconomic modeling. So that's kind of the basics. And I'm not going to sort of spend too much time on the intricacies of the project because we haven't come that far yet. Here's the outline of the project structure. It's modeling, and there's some qualitative, and then we try to bridge this stuff. And an important part is really this kind of transition platform where we try to bring together actors, both core actors around the industry and in the public sector, but also to kind of get the views and perspectives and concerns from other stakeholders around. And what I wanted to really share now is what we've done in the initial phase of the project is kind of based on workshops with partners, on interviews, on reports. We've developed the first set of scenarios that kind of form the baseline for what we then proceed to do next. And some of you will be very familiar with the NTRANS scenarios, where there's a sort of a technical dimension and a social dimension that changes from sort of limited change to radical change. here the logic is a bit different. Here our logic is that we take the established process industry as our point of departure, and we have two main axes, where one is, what are the available solutions to decarbonize? Or will they be available sort of moving forward? That could be things like access to grid, more power, access to CO2 infrastructure, and so on and so forth. The other axis is what we've called decarbonization imperative, reflecting that there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of how stringent climate policy targets actually are. So it's both climate policy targets, but also market demands. I think there's certainly an expectation that in the future, in sometime in the future, the market will demand green products. But that demand is not there, and it's at least not hasn't been translated into prices. So what we kind of end up with then is two or four scenarios, where starting with scenario one, that is business as usual. So if we move on the next 10 years along the trajectory we're on, that's business as usual, where the imperative to decarbonize is relatively weak, and the opportunities to decarbonize with technical means and so on are quite constrained, right? Now, if we move to a situation where climate policy targets are really enforced, the market demands green products, and the opportunity space remains constrained, the concern is that we'll have a decline of industry in Northern Norway, right? Because those investments will happen elsewhere where the opportunities are better. Moving to the third scenario, this is what we call the partial green shift, is where the imperative is relatively weak, but solutions become available, and some of these process industry firms will invest in that technology because costs have come down and so forth. We can maybe note that some of these learning curves that we've seen around electrification also come into play. These are in the heavy industry, things like industrial heat pumps and so on. And the most positive scenario, at least from an industrial value creation point of view, is what we call the green energy intensive process industry, where strong imperative but a lot of opportunity, and the established industry gets decarbonized, and there's also a new industry. The downside of this is, of course, that the impact on nature could be quite large. But the point is not to say that these are the futures, but they are plausible forms of future that enable further qualitative work and modeling analysis. Okay. So I already kind of said this, these two axes, and this is what we would want to get some input on at this stage, since we're early on in the project. We just started and we'll be working on it for about 4 years. So these two axes, do they make sense? And also both from you qualitative people, but maybe especially also from the modeling side, how do you see that? Does this intuitively kind of fit with your logic around being able to model this kind of thing? Just very briefly on some preliminary insights, I think they kind of resonate a lot with things we already heard today. That, and as I said, I think a lot of the low-hanging fruits have already been picked by these actors in the region. They've conducted extensive experimentation, for example, with piloting of CCS. Yeah. I think there's generally a lot of uncertainty around how stringent the imperatives are, policy targets. We heard today that there's a target and then we move back on it. The oil and gas sector now recently has reduced its target. So these things are happening as part of the broader change in society around other issues coming up around security, around nature, sovereignty, and so on. So we think it's really important to understand this moving forward, how it impacts how actors in the industry think and invest into new solutions. There are clearly a lot of bottlenecks on the opportunity side in technology and infrastructure. So this regional power surplus that is there, we think is rather fragile. Grid capacity is constrained. CO2 infrastructure, who knows? It's currently being developed quite far from now. And there are societal acceptance issues around the infrastructure development that are understandable, that somehow need to be solved, we think, to be able to kind of solve this kind of issue. And linking up with the last presentation by Siebert, I think there's also this need for more sort of coordination, arenas where coordination can happen across the public sector, but importantly also between local, regional, and national level, between different stakeholders. So that's what we have. Thanks. This is Modana Industry Park. And if you haven't been there, you should go. Very interesting place. Happy to take any questions, colleagues. Dinos?
Please.
Thanks. Questions for Marcus? Qualitative or quantitative folks? So we have
Snap like
one right here.
Lewis. No. So I was wondering, giving all this uncertainty and etc. for the access, and this kind of imperative you're talking about Norwegian policy conditions, I guess, but there might also be other kinds of competition, the standards of green premiums and like the market with the buyers and something. So from the continent of the Danish context, these kind of things are saying this we're talking about buying negative emission credits from Venus projects and other kinds of carbon removal projects. And this is now becoming part of the science-based sort of targets that mainly head of pioneer companies are adopting, so private standards for showing climate benefits for them. Is this something you are saying? Because that's the easy solution, which is buy some emission credits and then you can wait with these investments.
It's a very good question. I don't really have the answer to that. We haven't done that many in-depth interviews with these actors on these issues so far. I'm not sure. Maybe Jens, you can elaborate. But there's also the issue that many of these big industry actors, they have also the headquarters are not local, right? So I think some of that decision making does not happen in the regional areas. This also kind of translates into other challenges with decarbonization, I think. We'll have to get back to that once.
Okay. And I don't see any further hands relevant to what is during lunch. Okay, so next up is the final presentation of this session. We have Katja from the Anthropology Lab, who's been leading research across NTRANS Norwegian, which is relevant to this regional discussions. Go ahead, Katja.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I think you have a lot of faith in my energy asking me to be the last one for lunch after all these interesting talks today. So I want you also to show me your energy level now. Like, can you raise your hands? Yes. Thank you so much. It's good to see it. I'm Katja Bretset. I'm academic leader at the party in the Anthropology Lab, also very proud anthropologist, and I grew up on this tiny island just south of Scandic County, so I actually saw my own island on the maps that Siebert used. And I did my anthropological fieldwork on the same Japanese island as the Mutsuchi mountain in a small community there. And the last 5 years, I've been very much connected to this island in the west of Norway, Utsira. So everything I'm basing my research sharing with you today is based from that local community at the island of Utsira. And I want to talk to you about trust as a key element in developing projects in the regional context of Norway. And our tiny research team of 8 people in Anthropology, actually we've been having a history at Utsira since 2020. It started out with a small innovation project there in 2020, and with a wow, what an adventure, and we didn't really see it coming that we would get more projects every year since then. At this really tiny island with 200 people, Norway's smallest municipality. But we got projects together with the municipality and also with energy developers, first those working on onshore wind energy, and then later on offshore wind energy. So that's just been quite amazing for us to be able to go and really like dive into the local community at Utsira as anthropologists. Yeah, like to see it's a beautiful island where you can bike across in just 10 minutes. So yeah, it's a really compact community, you can say. And then since the autumn of 2023, we've been working on this user case, people on offshore wind, together with NTRANS and Norwegian, and especially in close collaboration with researchers at NTRANS. And what we, like the main research question overall was how to develop Utsira with the offshore wind in a just and inclusive way. So that was what we wanted to look into together with the local community at Utsira. So we gathered at Utsira with people and researchers and representatives from the energy development to discuss further how can that look like and what are we actually going to figure out in this research.
Okay.
And through our research since then, we have come, like the background is an energy justice framework, and you could see it as like part of the EU green, not good, but green deals, as a just transition, as fair and inclusive, where no one's left behind. So that's like the behind framework. And then here, through the research, we have seen justice as for local communities means not only sharing the burdens of green transition, but also ensuring they reap tangible, sustainable benefits because a well-executed process without meaningful outcomes risks being seen as anything but fair. And I'll take you into this, like why did we end up with that? I'll try to bring you with me to the island of Utsira. Here we are standing close to the lighthouse. Maybe some of you have also been there. How many has been to Utsira? Yeah, few. Yeah, the others should go. And pointing here, this is my colleague Marcus, and pointing out to that area in the ocean where there's plans for offshore wind at Utsira North. So this is just to make it a little bit more concrete from the local community perspective, like where is it? You know, like when you're standing on the island and looking towards it.
Right.
And what we saw then through our research at Utsira, with using in-depth anthropological methods, talking with people, where we met them at the Juke, the main meeting place, the supermarket, and everywhere where we went. We saw the main topic was when we asked about, what is important for you to create a just transition connected to Utsira North, then it was all coming back to this process, like people not being sure what was happening in the process, what would be the outcome, and saying like the way to talk makes us lose faith in the entire project. And another, they forget to talk to those affected. They think it's so far out at sea, it will be simple, but it wasn't. And this is from people in a local community that in general are really, really positive to renewable energy and have been like looking into hydrogen power, on windmills at land, offshore wind, thinking like, yes, we need this to have possibilities in our community. And still, because of the long-going process with a lot of uncertainties that, of course, people in the industry also felt really hard. And that was also the fact in the local community that people were like asking, okay, what is actually going to happen? When is it going to happen? So that was our main finding, really, that it should be more overall, more a national perspective on the process. How can the process be actually made more just for the local community with a better framework and more certainties what is going to happen? And also not having all the different consortiums in the competition going out to the island and some of them saying something, some of them not saying anything because not knowing what was going to happen, but having like a national framework for actually being sure that this process would also be okay for people at Utsira and the local community. So based on this research, we also made more going into the different kinds of justice connected to this kind of development process that can be related to all kinds of renewable energy development, really. And it's possible to dive more into this in the report, also called People on Offshore Wind or Folk om havvind, in our webpage. So, yeah, I know time is flying, so I was just also showing you this, how we worked with school children at Utsira to see their perspectives on offshore wind and their future visions. And this really tells about a local community there where everyone is very much into what is going on with energy development and especially offshore wind. So the school children we met that were between 5th grade and 7th grade, they had been to a study trip to Karmøy, looking at large offshore wind turbines. So they were much more experts on the technical stuff connected to them than I probably will ever get. So when I asked them to draw, some were like drawing here on number 7. They were drawing all like the connections they saw for themselves inside of the wind turbine, like how this was connected up to the energy system. And others were thinking about the wildlife in the ocean. Others were drawing boats, like boats that they were thinking we could work someday at that boat, taking care of the offshore wind turbines. And so again, this is giving like important perspectives of how not only us as researchers and the industry being very into what's going on, but also local communities are. And I think you should really find ways to involve people, both school children and others, in a more democratic way, and in order to actually be able to develop as much renewable energy in our society as possible. So yeah, again, showing how we worked with the children in a creative version. And then I want to show you this as well, that together with researchers in the research project CDAX, led by SINTEF, we discovered that also there's a huge need of finding ways to communicate these findings that we have together with people and stakeholders, and using that knowledge together and making this kind of ethnographic portraits that is based on the qualitative data that we have to kind of just communicate better what are they really saying and how can that be used further.
So now students, they want to use this kind of knowledge into their socio-ecological twin model. And it can also be used in other ways to really dig into how can we take what people in the local community say in a serious way and work with that. So I will not go into depth with all of these, but what we also saw looking through our data is that anyone from Edna, 12 years old, to Eva, 71 years old, they're all talking about the importance of jobs. So when people at Utsira talk about what is like this tangible effects that they wanted to get back from the energy development at Utsira Nord, they were all thinking about jobs. Jobs for their neighbors, jobs for themselves, jobs for having, like Emma, a future possibility to come back to the island and live there as an adult. And for other people being more new at the island, coming as a refugee, this would also feel having ideas of this could give relevant job opportunities of more, also for people more highly educated that could be interesting. So, just wanted to show you that quickly. And I think why Thomas asked me to talk here today was because I wrote this article in the Energy Watch, and that was after our study trip to Scotland this autumn. At Utsira, we heard from people, working in the municipality and the industry, that there are some good examples from Scotland. Like there they had examples of how they worked the offshore wind industry together with the fishery industry. So we thought, okay, we have to go there. And then I guess maybe some of you know already, but there have been like a lot of conflicts between the fisheries and the offshore wind industry. So we were like more, sharp, not just like having all the good examples, but more the difficulties and the feelings of both small fishermen and big fishermen, that they were not like feeling the good participatory process that we had heard about. And I think there are many reasons behind that, and we haven't had time or money to look into that in a deeper way and to do research. But it was through these talks with the fishermen at our study trip and also the Scottish Fishermen's Federation that maybe have these takeaways. Like I could just really see like how not taking it serious what people think about, but also feel about, that could also be very devastating to the development of offshore wind in Norway. So I think, conflict delay more than dialogue, for sure. So more dialogue and really having the frameworks, both from the national level and from the industry, on how to work with people and local communities in a good way is really, really important to enable trust. So, you could also find this online, and I think that was what I want to share with you before lunch, and I hope to talk to you later.
So there is a question or two.
Hi, thanks very much. I have two short questions. The first one, you said that on local side, just in jobs. So what kind of jobs that would be? Do you know? Can you say something about how feasible that is, that there would actually be job creation at Solsida? That's one. The second is that, I guess, connected to the procedural justice you mentioned. So do the people actually have some kind of full say into the project? So are they in a way somehow involved, or is it more like the people coming to make some presentations and hearing what they say, but then it's been like up to them what they do with the input? Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I think, so in this competition run by the oil and the gas the department in Norway, that is very much on the national level and not on the regional or local level. So the municipality also at Utsira has felt very much that this really tiny little brother that didn't have any say, and also in addition being almost like the little brother in between all the brothers playing the ball in the region between Haugesund and Stavanger. And of course, Haugesund and Stavanger is also looking into how can we get most jobs from this development, and that depends a lot on how it's going to be done in the end, because the different consortiums in the competition has had different ideas how that will be done, and different ideas where it will be put in land and so on. And for people at Utsira about jobs, I think it's relative what people think. If they think only, some people say, only if we got 2 new jobs, that would be something, because that means 2 new citizens, inhabitants that will then maybe also bring a partner, maybe children, and then that can add a lot to a community of 200 people in the perspective of living on as a local community into the future. For the municipality, they had said we want 50 new jobs from this, and then not like saying exactly what kind of jobs. Other people are dreaming of now maybe it's the possibility of jobs for me as a lawyer or economist or whatever that has landed on this island. Yeah.
This super. I think we need to break to East somewhere. I mean,
so I'm finding this.
We
socially so.
it was the presentation. I saw it and grab on to during lunch, and I think you'll stay out of lunch.
Yeah, I will stay a bit.
Super. So thanks a lot to all the speakers. I'm getting a message on my ear that the door will be locked, so it's safe to do your stuff here. And we could be and that's it for that 1:30. Okay, so let's
So we move on to any
what is that?
Let's see how the thought is on the element asset number.
So that
Vice with vision.
story end is after launch. That is said like very much student just waxing great content is
Yeah.
NTRANS. I'm good. Oh yeah.
And that's what that is.
I think it's all good because
All these other things.
yeah, all things other nice.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. It was
Like, I mean, that's just.
yeah. Station.
It's fine.
Thinking about the gardens. Let's say strike fall. Easy. Figuring that out. Thinking of this.
But that's. I
Leave it to the space god.
sounds that. I just think that.
I do that out. You think it? Actually, so do you like? Think by the full
Ja, hvis jeg får lov av det, så må jeg vil si. Er det noe bra der, så er det et task of
Police here, my eye.
we have to use it for it. And we have so they that.
How to do that?
Men det er all clear. Det var sånn som det er veldig bra. Ja, det er jo det er sånn altså guy.
Yes.
And the flights for these we started by this movies. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was. I never seen it too good.
And that's
So they were.
just but this is great. This house and guest
Part just one like this.
they are was not for business. People are doing
A little business.
so for the
Yeah.
so you're waiting on your
But
I did
clothes.
the speeds guys.
This is traditional way that we work. Also, presentations and here's the Generation Center, understand what comes. Here's this guide to work with acoustic evidence at Group Center. Thank you. So yeah, I'll take you through some preliminary findings from a study that I'm going like also it's but we're going over this debate that's ongoing right now about how we should perhaps start to prioritize self-affairs, given that as we talked about today, the explosion of production has been quite noticeably-based in the recent years, and this is how to say is to give it like this push for electrification within existing industries, stimulated by higher CO2 tariffs and climate targets, and also this race to capture new industries such as hydrogen, battery production, and most project right now maybe data centers. And so you can see this results in this explosion of populations, which they did almost stock at the realize in 2022/2021 that our surplus could disappear within 5 years. Now this has been slightly adjusted down again, but still exemplifies how we may reach a point where we don't have this massive surplus and low prices. And with the piece, you can see that this started by this goes around how we have to shy away from this first comes first principle. Exemplified in this article in NTRANS, but how for example, siphoned a lot of powering system. But it was this that I'm sure what you have heard about, where Nammo was quite harsh about this greenhouse data center again taking a lot of capacity that they wanted. So as kind of a countermeasure, this maturity criteria comes along, which is intended to make sure that projects that can materialize fast can skip ahead in the queue. The intention here, as Taiwan's put it, was to give enough brands to the existing industries. As they're already existing, they're creating value, and they're creating jobs. But in practice, however, this principle may have actually favored data centers more than the existing incumbents, as incumbents who maybe had to use new technologies were not as privacy, not as mature as, for example, data centers, which are mature and modular, and has an enormous demand and a willingness to pay. As part of the system operator's side here, as exemplified in the study, to challenge the objectivity of the system operators with this new kind of criteria, how would you still give them the same objective assessment of projects? As Stockman talked about earlier today, perhaps has been weeded out these kind of challenges. Nonetheless, as she says, as a group company, we cannot do our prioritize between customers. We believe that is the politician's job as an elected official. So here we see kind of like the dividing his responsibilities to tackle this challenge. So that leads us towards prioritization. This challenge when competition for access to power. And this is exemplified by
county saying no to the electrification of the shelf after it's been approved. It's been led to chronicles from researchers in Federal, for example, saying we should not sponsor ongoing ARAs because it uses too much power. And lastly, now recently, Sophia Marek saying that we should also not use power for data centers. So in my case, I've looked at the region of NTRANS or Trøndelag, which we can say is a region recent its years. You can see that production in installed capacity is already below the current consumption, so it's reliant on importing electricity from the north of Norway and west or east of Sweden. And the insufficient grid infrastructure here limits the potential ability to utilize power as efficiently as possible. And already in reserve capacity, you see that it's very high, and the reserve capacity queue is also very high compared to supply growth. So this is led, for example, at the intensive to say that we was there to talk about what electricity should be used for, advising politicians and authorities to look more closely into this. Which is where I win in my project, and it's what does that mean? So through a series of federalist interviews with people from different sectors, from public sector and private sector and interest organizations, the bureaucracy in both system operators, for example, by asking this question that if we're going from delivery obligation based on first come first served, what should we go to? So there is this question here is basically whether how towards what we should prioritize electricity for. And still, as I said, we're giving their findings, but there are 4 stances that sort of painted themselves out. That is, yes, we should prioritize power to existing industries, as these already create value and ensuring employment. But you have to prioritize them in order to avoid offshoring these industries, as it can be very hard to bring them back. That is the other standard was, mind you, that these are possibly situated stances based on the speed grid. You're saying we should prioritize new industries and the industrial parts, because now we have the window of opportunity to cement ourselves in the future green knowledge chains. And then, of course, it's the more pragmatic approach, perhaps, or incumbent approach, where it's no, we should not prioritize them, because that increases political steering and certainty, and introduces practical challenges for the system operators. And the respondents here also believe that criteria such as value creation and employment are very ambiguous metrics. So you should let the market instead decide, and also lead on more prevention. As one respondent stated it, this whole discourse on prioritization is more about reluctance to actually speak about how you should instead invest more in green and power development. And then it's one of the more, you can say, political answer, which is that yes, we should prioritize, but this needs to be anchored in societal debates on what kind of societal development we want. Which, good luck in the trust. It is, of course, visible as the from Miljödirektoratet show, something similar. And then if we look into the sectors here, US agreement that data centers that are used for crypto or TikTok should not be prioritized, but there is a big need for data centers for AI and digitalization. As for electrification of oil and gas, it's seen as necessary, one of the measures where you actually cut emissions. But it can have large negative effects for the county as a whole, and then encourage existing industries, giving them to, oppose it as short-sighted and damaging. And then in the last, hydrogen ammonia was by some seen as quite unrealistic. We could alleviate pressure and uncertainty in the region as these projects are cancelled. But as we talked about, they are getting more strict with how they are starting to remove their power licenses. But others see it as kind of this industry which can, capitalize on, for example, bottlenecks in the grid and then provide value. So these are the initial findings from my project. And I'm open to any questions. Or you can scan the QR code and send an email.
So yeah, see this. There's so there we can have one question for representation of this, I guess, the rest.
Just with this.
What Dennis?
It's crystal clear.
So Richard Nevis doing research and discuss this with him. And then we jump to the last presenter, which is Finley Quinton.
Just there.
Things should be set up fairly soon. Also, PhD candidates at go ahead.
Yes.
This should twice.
Just to this. Yeah. So you should like the lectures. Like it.
And the women what is the people that might be a bit so weird. I think the people probably haven't heard too much about, but it's becoming more pleasant these days. Just quickly about me, I have a background in physics. I studied at the University of Hamburg for my bachelor's, and then I moved to Scotland to NTRANS for my master's. And then I started along my master's job, whether it was data or recruiter optimization. Once I went to Norway, I started my PhD at INT the time of this year. And the topic is when recruiter optimization algorithms for applications on energy systems. And I'm closely collaborating both with the Fraunhofer Institute and also Center of Digital here in Oslo. Optimization of systems. So we're increasing the demand energy and we're reducing energy to the power grid, which increases uncertainty and volatility. And even the customer side optimization is being a key tool and making decisions beforehand and optimizing the power grids, investments, and all kinds of things. However, there are many computational problems where classic optimization is hitting its bottleneck, and we cannot solve these problems efficiently anymore. We have to settle for optimal solutions or optimal solutions, which means we waste financial asset, we waste energy, and also we increase carbon emissions by solving not through the optimality with highly reduced solution quality for these cells. A few examples here of NPR problems, if you're familiar with complexity classes and relationship, there's things like the gradient, problem optimal high flow, but especially also stochastic optimization problems, which computationally explore very quickly with the other scenarios which are considered. Yes, and any kind of policy technology that has come up to solve these problems now is so-called quantum computer or quantum optimization. But quantum computers have unique applications, obviously, like also in chemistry or biology or simulating physical systems. Optimization is when very promising field where recent research is now done. However, to just give you a quick overview of the setup of our computer, we have only one manufactured computers. There are many different architectures. Many big companies are building investing into various Google, Amazon, IBM. They're all building different kinds of quantum computers and computers to try to figure out how to solve this in a hardware perspective. However, on the software side, there's at least just as big of a gap in figuring out, okay, as we have these quantum computers at the large scale with big enough memories, what can we actually do with them? This is the very open question, and it's very hard to answer because really have these formulations and designing these algorithms have to be especially customized to the problem at hand. So we really need to design and check what kind of problems can quantum computing actually help us solve, because they're not going to replace the typical classic computers in niche applications, but there are quite a few optimization. Speech computers have made some big headlines, as for example, Schneer's algorithm, Olavs shows us the algorithm that basically says that all our current encryption based on time factoring
basically can be saved temporarily time, and all the computers, they might just were huge incentives, initiatives to push change all encryptors to sort of quantum safe encryption methods. This is really what many people in cryptography are now working on, making all the data safe in the future. And many people see that some people might download the data now or it's sufficient time. So this is also because no one really knows when we're going to have quantum computers that can run some of these algorithms. Even if it's in 10 or 20 years, there's so secrets that you really don't want other people to know, even if it's been 20 years. Yes. So the quantum computers are still not large enough to compete in optimization in many problems. Hardware has been constantly pushing and increasing in performance. There's actually hardware is doing very well, and but on the software side, there's a lot of work that has to be done. This is basically where my PhD comes in, is finding out in the energy sector which problems can use it from auto optimization. How do we compare these specific problems onto quantum computers? So we have to go back actually and build to logical gates and circuits as a beginning of classical computation. And we can go to the computations on the basic bit level. And then to figure out on the right what kind of advantage or decision problems can we actually obtain by doing this in a quantum way. So there's some arguments that might just give us a quadratic advantage that might be helpful. Other activities have been related to actually give us an exponential advantage, or just shows our living, which can increase the system size we can actually solve these systems. There's one piece that I work so with is called quantum stochastic optimization, as we can encourage the scenarios basically in this larger computational space of quantum computers, and really improve this channel, which classically we have to do on one level. This for stochastic optimization, this will not make optimization in a way before so I think it might about it will decrease the degree or how quickly these problems will with input size of our printing. So I will think about PhDs are accused about exactly these particular algorithms for unique image applications against classical linear ways that are used on the image sector. This basically lecture on my hope you think also interesting and not the questions. Good.
I think at the time we just jump right ahead to the next one is campaign in there. So I can see here.
So just we have good times to go. You think too. But there might have some detail as well. Yeah, nuts. Yeah, but this project webs. This is presentation I can talk about this learning project that we're working on for years. We're creating energy balance scenarios for aviation. Good. It's annual individual demand scenario because there's kind of this out there. But the start of this project is that I'm going to bench of technical details to get us insights into the technical feasibility, the rise of technical sensibility of different solutions for aviation. So the next one is the activity as the do, and it gives us very high resolution data for estimation of emissions and fuels. So that we're using it consists of around 36 million cars in 2019, and from this we can bring knowledge about it's where it's going, the energy demands. Different emission species and whatnot. I will have this data at 30 minutes resolution for all the files. So I'm using this to go from a very simple chocolate scenario to a detailed energy demand scenario. So how does that look like? What So this is a very simplified graph to just ease us into this results. Because the future is uncertain, I'm creating a range of different scenarios for any issue to cover different socio-economic scenarios. So, for instance, if the road is going down in sustainability, whether we get this green law, where the law is quite low, maybe we are going down in 50 years, then the law will just skyrocket to the future. And we have science scenarios where regional rivalry will get into the way of aviation, or maybe electricity will get into get in the way of aviation. So I'm basing these scenarios based on social and economic factors. Right. So these are very simple representation of the regions. And when we add some technical details, we can get a lot of interesting insights. So we have to, like the first thing I want to focus our attention on is the difference between what the current airplanes are covering as demand and like the future of the new aircraft are covering. This is very relevant because at first the current aircraft they can't run on somebody just run with hydrogen or electricity. So we kind of have to wait that new aircraft to get into the market. So in the short term, we have to deal with the aircraft that's already existing. The secondary is, of course, the flight distance, which is very relevant for the upcoming few choices we have. So here I am saying, I can put any number, but I said the short distance flight for around 500 kilometers. And based on that, then 2% of the global energy demand is coming from short distance flights. Meaning also, and to be curious, will mostly be the short distance flights. We will go a little bit into that medium distance flights as well. But we can kind of see where we need to put off just prioritization when it comes to different fuel choices. This is also work in progress. Of course, adjust these demands, like these categorizations, based on whatever should be accessible. This is indeed the global demands, but I also have these demands for each continent. That's how I calculated it. I just put everything together, but because I don't want to show 100 slides or 100 images on one slide. And also, I will split this into 9 different categories. So we have a lot of hidden details here that I'm not sure in this book. Yeah, that will be too much cars. So this can be very useful, but to I'm going to use these detailed widget demand scenarios into integrated assessment model. And this will give us, the model will calculate based on the social, economic, and interaction between different sectors. For instance, aviation and shipping might compete for sales happening. And the risk of availability in different regions will, of course, be very relevant as well. So that's we'll be able to, integrated assessment models will be able to take that into consideration. So that's where I'm start with now. I just start to repeat the one, but then I'm going into the regional specific demand after a while, hopefully. So there's a lot to say about the first ask questions, but I don't have time now, so I'm very happy to talk a bunch about it later. So for now, thank you for your attention. Fantastic. For details in the break. Last but not least, we have Olavs and is also at NTRANS Annual Conference and projects going there. That's a beauty. This one, I will still debate after that race was launched. But you have to discuss it after that. Okay. On the reporting of the government, most of the government. Okay. We do. I'm Ajay and
PhD students at NTRANS, the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies of Cultures. I've been working in the regular projects with Olavs ideas here. And today I would like to walk you through my goals that would be my background and then my project itself. Also, let's jump in. Majority of in 2016, then I had my bachelor's in planning and spatial analysis, and then after it, I needed to start my master's in urban planning and policy design in EFRA, which was more focused on interdisciplinary courses and socio-technical systems. During my master's, I participated in copious studies programs, one in University of Amsterdam, which was more focused on geology courses and spatial planning. And the second one in US was the wonder, when I come back to the master's about feasibility when I research in ICT sector and Stavanger. So I came up to this project with the combination of energy planning simulations, FDF, peers experiences, and so on. So I'm trying to explore all aspects of them in my thesis. My project actually stems from this fact that we Norway is pushing and encouraging land-based industries and intensive sectors. We wanted that either will do develop tasks, including land use planning, land use plans, protected area, green governments, legitimacy, acquisitions, and so on. So I was trying to capitalize on this also consciousness first, to see how they deliver it. And we want them especially to make it easier to use them like those modelers to see where the problem actually comes from. So based on this research foundation and research gap, like we have these three main objectives. Second thing, and the key is policies and controversies and trying to come up with clear technology that if controversies revolving around electrification, and then try to set how in your work really screen and how we see the when the next objective is to see how around the scale of industrial electrification tries to intersect with this kind of controversies, which like conflicts in land use plans, in the restaurant, and so on. And the next objective is almost the same on the scale, focusing on city electrification projects, including projects in Berlin, and on the side. And through these two main objectives, I try to see the showing that which is lacking from a mixed method combining taking a mathematical statement, this controversy and business oriented insight. But then I will try to translate the insight and output of my research and provide some useful inputs for different energy system models, including the ether times that we already sorted out collaboration. And here we can see a thing that genius examples that I have done for other projects that can be used in my own ISO. In that we can have more deeper conversation about that and ask you the presentation. So yeah, let's super explain how I approach it and how I start interest in practice. First, we're going to have, as I just said, two main goals. One is to run industrial electrification projects to add children costly and countries. And then doing B urban electrification projects. Where we're going to have a certain potential pilot projects. And after this purpose, I will go through the system process to which I will try to shortlist all these candidates to come up with one such important project. So one industrial case and then one per city. And then after this stages, I will make this set of analysis that I call them core methods, including discrete analysis, conducting semi-robotic visits, structured or semi-structured interviews, and grading
geospatial and geospace analysis in order to have better understanding visually and the countries, and then trying to develop some provisions later to rank the controversies in each project. So the main objective here has to conducting the first interview that question tables, I will try to see if there is a redundant function in each project or not. If that, so that thinking is core methods, but if there is some tension or conflict, providing a specific person might remember in this analysis to have even better and deeper understanding about the main reasons and the outcome is controversies. In terms of expected outcomes, we're expecting to have this scientific and technical results. Scientifically speaking, we're of course producing articles based on our main research objectives, and then we said that we will be trying to bridge the current revision or the mixed method approach to combine modeling and technical aspects and social technical perspectives. In terms of practical partners, we're doing this trying to collaborate our partners in order to provide some scenarios where some auditors have been worked several energy system level generators and then cover the top with some simple screening artifacts to develop source to see the exact sort of rectangular monophone. So yeah, I guess that was the easiest way for me to produce introduce my project. Steve? Thanks very much. So now I'm seeing snapshots into the stuff that PhDs do, and of course, for Olavs, he might contact you for interviews. So if I'm here, I'm going to use it. So, alright. So thanks to this well-known receptor, and now we're shifting gears a bit from some of the PhDs in the center. We're also lucky to be visited by this European lab from Israel. We will explore about the link between EU's energy regulations and what that means for Norwegian transitioning to net zero. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to talk here today. And so I'm going to present work that we did in a report published in May this year with the same title as my presentation for today. The question of where EU is going in its climate and energy policy is as important as ever for Norway. So, Norway is closely connected to Europe through cooperation in the energy sector. And though it has been heavily debated among Norwegian politicians over the last decade, we are part of the EU's energy policy through the European Economic Agreement, EEA. And the question of whether we should continue down this road or exit from EU energy market rules is a question which divides not only political parties in Norway, but Norwegian society as a whole. My talk today will focus primarily on electricity regulation, that this is also closely interlinked with renewable energy regulation and energy efficiency. EU energy regulation is a result and a market liberalization which took place during the 1990s, and a vision to create an internal market for energy. This happened very much in parallel with our own liberalization in Norway. And the overall objective of the EU is to ensure efficient trade both nationally and also between member states. So, EU regulates the energy market through laws on different levels. So on top, you have the EU Treaty, which says that EU policy on energy shall aim to ensure the functioning of the market, ensure security of supply,
promote energy efficiency and renewables, and also promote interconnection. And below the treaty, there are policy packages. So there's electricity, gas, renewables, and energy efficiency. And there has been a quite rapid development of energy and electricity regulation since the 1990s. And the development now, today, is faster than before. We have new packages coming in a more rapid pace. And it started with the first energy market package in 1996, the second in 2003, and in 2009 the third package was adopted, which established ACER and aimed at strengthening the European cooperation. And this is also where Norway is at the current moment. We implemented the third package in 2018, and after that it has been highly controversial, as you probably all know. The clean energy package, which was adopted in 2018 and 19, brought together the legislation on electricity regulation, renewables, and energy efficiency, with the overall aim of accelerating the energy transition. And finally, the last policy package is a combination of the Fit for 55 and the electricity market design reform. And this was adopted after Ursula von der Leyen came into office and increased the climate target for 2030. And as I said, you have the treaty on top, there are directives and regulations in the middle, and below that you also have a set of network codes and guidelines, and below this again there are terms and methodologies. So it's a very comprehensive set of legislation. And just a few words about ACER, which is much debated in Norwegian society and public debate. ACER has a role on the lower level of European regulation. On the network code and guidelines, it can give guidance, and it's only on the lowest level here that ACER can make binding decisions in specific cases. So the EU's regulatory framework is no longer only about competition, but it forms a framework to enable the transformation in all sectors, with the objective of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. And the governance regulation, which was introduced in the it's part of the clean energy package, has a coordinator role in this plan. It entails measures to ensure planning, monitoring, and reporting of progress towards 2030 to ensure that the EU meets its 2030 targets. And the governance regulation also compensates for lack of national binding targets. Because the EU now has binding targets on an EU-wide level, but no longer on a national level for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And the targets, the EU has adopted very ambitious climate targets. The 55% target for 2030, and along with this, the targets for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and also interconnections is part of this.
Yes, ma'am.
And just you had the targets for 2020, and the reason, the rationale for the EU to introduce a mix of targets was to help the EU achieve its overall climate targets. And this approach with a mix of targets has had considerable consequences. And we see that there has been a strong increase in clean energy in the EU since 2000. And this figure shows the combined shares of renewables and nuclear power in significant member states. And I think interesting here is also Germany, which has shut down its nuclear power plants, and which is still increasing now its shares of clean energy. So, the electricity market reform, as I said earlier, was adopted in 2023 and 2024. And when Russia's attack on Ukraine, energy prices skyrocketed in the EU in 2021. And it was the gas prices that increased, which caused high increases in electricity prices. And this sparked fierce debate in the EU about the functioning of the electricity markets. And the president of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, herself said in a speech in 2022, this market no longer works. And after that, the Commission was asked to prepare a legislative proposal for a market reform. However, when the proposal for the market reform was launched in March 23, it did not contain any fundamental changes to market design. And the marginal pricing is still kept as the main price-setting mechanism in the electricity markets. And there are some exemptions to this. Some member states were exempted some different rules, but this is still the main principles. So what does the electricity market reform do? It strengthens the possibility of long-term contracts and fixed price agreements in order to protect consumers from high prices. It entails further development of market and operational solutions. Very important, support schemes for renewable energy are still allowed. And now there should be in the form of two-way contracts for defects, which should provide lower costs, your total costs for this process. And on flexibility, this is very important for integrating reliable renewables. And now member states are obliged to map their flexibility needs. They are supposed to specify indicative targets for non-fossil flexibility. And the EU also allows that member states can introduce support schemes for non-fossil flexibility. And finally, capacity mechanisms are still alive, because in the clean energy package, it was envisioned that this should be a temporary measure, but now it's more, it's introduced as something which is going to stay in the electricity market in Europe. And instead, the Commission is now trying to harmonize and streamline the design of capacity mechanisms, because member states are allowed to introduce very different rules for their capacity mechanisms. And the EU electricity regulation is becoming increasingly complex and decides on a very detailed level. There are still inherent elements that member states are allowed to decide for themselves. So the EU does not decide on all elements of the electricity market. For example, for networks and parts of the retail markets and renewable support and backup and taxes, national authority still decides. So, the important question, what does all this mean for Norway? As I said at the beginning, Norway participates in EU's internal energy market through the EEA agreement. And we have a huge backlog for implementing EU energy regulations. And now in January this year, the coalition government fell apart due to conflicts regarding EU energy policy. And as a result, you know, the central party left the government, and Norway has now implemented parts of the clean energy package, but it has excluded the legislation on electricity markets. So we are now implemented the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Energy Performance for Buildings Directive, but we still have the market legislation and the clean energy package. We haven't started the discussions about 6 or 55 or the electricity market design reform. And the indications from Norway as to our current electricity trade with our neighboring countries are not that large today, because the rules are to a large degree harmonized. And Norway can also choose to implement the same rules as the EU has unilaterally. We can kind of do it without or outside the EU. But there is a potential downside that the EU can react with negative measures because of our political choice of not implementing EU regulations. And one important indication is also that we have this very huge debate politically about, can we exit, can we just cut off the cables, can we steer our trade with neighboring countries in a different way. So the main takeaways about EU energy regulations in the current situation is that the EU continues to harmonize its electricity market regulations. It focuses much on deepening market integration. It runs in cross-border trade. And as part of this is also a discussion about European bidding zones, because this is not configured in an optimal way. And this is also a problem. More cross-border trade in the EU today. And the EU market rules started with a focus to increase competition. And over the decades, it has also become more oriented towards other objectives, including decarbonization and security of supply and risk preparedness. And with the new geopolitical tensions combined with energy transition and the Russian war, we have seen higher and more variable prices and also increasing price differences in Europe. And with that, we have also seen that member states have introduced emergency interventions measures and more measures for consumer protection. This is also what we see in Norway with the Norwegian price, a huge topic. And just before the summer, the EU also revised its state aid guidelines and now allows for more state support. So I ran out of time, and the Sue can ask questions. Thank you so much.
Wow. What's scary stuff? We are 5 minutes behind, but we have some flexibility in the program, so there is definitely time for questions. If there are any in the audience at the European Union, if there are no immediate ones, I want to sneak them one. So that this recent development with these tariffs on silicium, this metal stuff, which caused a big stir last week. I'm just curious on how you sort of see these new dynamics affecting Norway's role to the EU moving forward.
So I read in the media that the negotiators that tried to sign an agreement with the EU and to avoid the tariffs, they have said that this has nothing to do with our problematic relation with the EU in the energy policy. But I think it's quite clear that the EU is very discontent with how we operate in the energy
sector as of today. And also this decision now of the Labour Party not to renew the labels to Denmark, for example, is also
Painful.
yes, it's not very well received in our neighboring countries. So, but it's something things to be followed. Yeah.
Yeah, and to link up on that, the 2030 coalition, as it's referred to, how do you see the implementation of the backlog moving forward? Is it just, is it will gently load on most of this now in the foreseeable future, or do you see any developments?
Well, the Labour Party up here, Social Democrats, they have said that they will not touch the electricity market legislation in this current legislative period. So I don't think that they will move in this question. And this will certainly increase the backlog quite a lot. But as the previous coalition partner, they have said very clearly that they did not want to take it in the energy package at all. Nothing of it. So, and I think there's quite a strong tendency in Norwegian society to kind of withdraw on stage on their energy cooperation. Yeah. So, yeah, and also because after there on the other side, they are also very, very critical about the new cooperation. So I think it's really one of the biggest political, what can you say, progress of Norwegian politics today.
Yes.
At least a very big one. Yeah.
Okay, super. So I think we have to continue the discussion in the breakout rooms. So, yes. Then we are moving to NTRANS Annual to the English word, Nature Conservation Society now. With Kaya, we will talk about electrifying without destroying nature? Question mark. Cool.
Fine.
Show your carbon.
Great. Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this event. My name is Kaya University. I speak on behalf of the Norwegian Society for the Conservation of Nature, where I'm also advised for those of you who already lost. For those of you who don't know that well, I would like us to begin with. We are the largest environmental organization in Norway. We're membership-based and nationwide. We have more than 100 local chapters all over the country. So this is a bit about our mission statement. We strive to protect nature and the environment in such a way that you need to develop does not exceed the carrying capacity of nature. So we work on a very wide range of topics, and one of them is renewable energy. So to make that clear, we have a track position that we need more renewable energy towards the release of the energy transition, and the fossil fuels should be replaced by renewable energy wherever possible. At the same time, nature in Norway is under pressure, and we see the sale and trend in the rest of Europe and on a global scale. Actually, Norway has studied this reporting from earlier this year. There's a work of journalists who are self-reporting that we have previously done here in Norway by NPR. That shows how true industry is going in line with targets. And we release approximately 1,500 square kilometers every year, and the majority of it is nature. And according to the environmental directors here in Norway, the biggest biological asset in its nature is energy infrastructure. So we look at massive nature example with Hexen and Mills, and we look at the so-called inner areas. These are the natural areas that are at least that are located 1 kilometer at least away from existing infrastructure. And the energy infrastructure is the main driver.
Yes.
And this is important because when we have like this fragmentation of the landscape and a lot of species, Norway countries have these large continuous landscapes to survive. And this is a major issue that a lot of people care about. I'm sure you already know very well. I'm in this Norway association for businesses that work on renewable energy. I assume you also notice that the main concern among people when it comes to building energy infrastructure in nature was biodiversity. And it also shows that people will be more supportive of projects if they take more care of nature in the construction. But I will go to practical today. I will talk more about the solutions. So let me show you a little bit how to think about solutions and learn about Fabula. This very 1%. This is the average of proof so much. This was a large part of the team that was the student center report. This was a development appointed in the mechanics committee. We'll show how we can reach a low-emission society there for the 15. The key insights was that we must rediscover resource scarcity. So what was there with the first solution, which is to avoid we should avoid building well because the sustainable energy is the energy we don't use. So this means first and foremost increasing energy efficiency. We need to treat energy efficiency as the first fuel. And let's ask ourselves how much growth in electricity demand is justified. Avoiding unnecessary demands should be the foundation of any credible climate and energy policy. We need to prevent consumption growth from cancelling activities of building more renewable energy. And I think this is the key counter arguments that a lot of people use when I think awareness that this is more renewable energy. That is not actually an energy transition, it's energy addition. So for this epic legitimacy for energy projects, I think this is something I truly need to consider. It's how it argues in turbines when there's still a lot of potential in managing demands and reducing that potential in energy efficiency. So I give an example for the first strategy. This is also from the environmental direction. This is a figure that shows 2 different scenarios for the development of the transport sector in Norway. For the first one, this is the estimated growth scenario. This scenario is really low sea growth. And here it does spare a lot of energy if we manage to pull the birds. For the land cannot be avoided, we restricted towards solutions that use less land, less nature, but few resources. So this means, for instance, that electrification, where it is the most efficient pathway, and also energy carriers like biogas, district heating, and waste heat. And it's crucial when it comes to constructing renewable energy. First, that we need to consider the localization law. This means our renewable areas, such as undisturbed landscapes and wet gas, and we should prioritize use of zones that are already affected by human activity, such as the so-called grey areas, industrial sites, parking areas. This significantly reduces the pressure on intact nature. So we should be towards overburdened and not irreversible landscapes. But there will always be some cases that cannot be avoided or shifted, and in those cases, we should always set aim to reference. That involves strict environmental criteria for renewable energy projects and high standards for biodiversity protection. We should use more cumulative impact assessments and consider the utilization more. So this gives us a pretty clear priority with first reduced amounts, then the source, high need to remove needs, and then that's an last resort for building infrastructure. And this is how we can identify without destroying things really. So electrification and energy protection are as two competing events, but they're very independent. And the green transitions not only are reversible and ecosystems, because they're not really solving the climate crisis, we're just worsening the nature crisis. Yes, so If you want to know more about us, about the political sciences, you can check out our work program, the political program, as we got us on wind power and solar power.
Good.
So, and there is also here time for questions and comments. We have Tuka immediately with his hand in the air.
Thanks, I talk maybe there from Sita. I was wondering your reflections on this really have on it. And I guess that's often, I guess the idea has been that there was this always backlash on onshore wind farms, so the offshore wind farm became a bit more. But now that we had an earlier presentation, that of course that's not so straightforward as well. So do you have any reflection on this kind of onshore versus offshore wind farm, and what are the kind of the impacts and perceived impacts as well, I guess. And,
Yeah, I can answer what offshore means. The examples I'm getting from our members or volunteers that are engaged in Oslo, this is to be typically as well boosting offshore than onshore. Especially floating, especially when it's kind of from the coast. But it's possible to do, and they're doing biodiversity too much. So I definitely see that on actual plus tours offshore ways under water members. For sure, we said that we don't have any we don't have any general stance against any type of technology. We don't have any general stance against offshore winds either. It's just that. And then the project that we see are quite problematic. So it means a lot of resistance. We also think that we moved the Maxos 20 months. We're looking at the problem of the national being tests. And I hope that we can learn from those mistakes and not repeat them when it comes to cellular or when it comes to offshore winds. I think that's possible.
If there is a reading up there is really eager, so we can connect two questions.
I actually have a question. I have just a comment. I want to applaud you for being so super clear. I think it's great. And also being pragmatic. Because compared with certain other organizations that are very vocal in this debate, you show this kind of pragmatism, but also with some very clear some values that you think are important. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My question is this idea for working with the mission as a first place event in terms of requires some ideas about what should be prioritized. So what kind of industries, what kind of core tasks of society should be granted access to energy and should be part of the kind of business. I was wondering if you also had some ideas then about what should be these prioritized areas for kind of societal development and transition. Yeah.
Definitely. On the organization level, this is a topic that engages a lot of people. They don't like the idea that we have to give out energy to anything that comes along. Which I think reflects very much the ministry sentiments about the green problem. But the problem is that we all need to replace the kind of system that's not ideal, but it's so hard to imagine a better alternative. And we kind of stated and looked at the same issue. That we would like to prioritize new energy to create projects, but even there it's difficult to see how to pick this. So we don't really get into the specifics so much like this. Yeah.
Okay, so that's to be continued, I guess, and also something that is possible to research and to think further along alongside different actors. Right out, I see no more hands. So thanks so much. This was really interesting. And next item on the agenda is a break, and I think we'll do the full 15 minutes, which takes us into short matter. What is 37 plus 15? No, that counts.
Go on.
Let's go. We're back in 15 minutes. Great. To sit down and so we're moving to a session. We're going to next part of the NTRANS scenarios. We're going to moving into a session like this one. We're going to share more on the NTRANS scenarios. Maybe
Don't bring me this slide, properly. We have 3 speakers, I think. I'm not quite sure, but you guys
We have 3 speakers.
Yeah. So go ahead, Kylie.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the first part of the presentation will be done by Lina, by the Norwegian Institute for Energy Technology, ISE. But we have sort of 4 parts of this presentation. We're thinking this first part about the NTRANS pathway and electrification in the different NTRANS pathways. And then the second part will be presented by Stefan. That's new work, or ongoing work actually, on linking power system model with the energy system model. We have that IFE with the CTF model to see how that impacts future electricity prices and also the income of the power producers. And then finally, we'll sum up with some sort of political challenges that we face in this transition. And finally, we are open for comments and questions. Of course, we do. So, what influences the future consumption of electricity? That is a lot of different sort of things that influences, and they have sort of different importance. But at least the population growth is important. The way we live and the lifestyles we have is very important. Economic growth, industrial growth, or industrial development are important. Technology development, what kind of technologies we will use and how we use them are important. Energy prices and availability of energy sources is important, as well as energy and climate policies that has a huge impact. I think there are so many things that impact and have an influence on future electricity consumption. So, how is it possible to say anything about it? Is it possible? No, it is hard, but sort of that is the reason why we do scenarios. But first, and we had sort of a presentation from NVE about this for Europe, but I had this all back to 1950s to see how has the electricity consumption evolved since the 1950s in Norway. And as we can see, we have 10-year steps for the first period and then annual data. And this is statistics. I'm sorry for, I assume most of you read Norwegian. Yeah. And as you can see, the electricity consumption has been rather constant the last 15 years at least. So is there any reason that we should have this huge increase in electricity consumption in the future? Well, I can see at least 3 reasons. The first one is that we shall achieve all climate goals. Approximately half of the energy used in Norway today is fossil. So if we are going to reduce the fossil share, we have to use more electricity. So we have to decarbonize the transport and industry specifically, and that requires electricity. Either we use it directly or we use electricity to produce other fuels. Well, the reason, and then another sort of challenge is that we do not build much new power consumption, power production. And that has many reasons. Naturvernforbundet mentioned a few of them. There are a lot of conflicts related to nature. We have other reasons related to capital. And there are a lot of sort of and also uncertainty about electricity prices in the future. And I think our reason that we need to discuss, and which has also been mentioned today, is the focus on energy efficiency.
because we could have done and released a lot of sort of electricity for other purposes if we focused more on implementing energy efficient measures. But then if we go to these 4 entrance transition pathways or scenarios that we have developed, some of you are very familiar with them, and for some of you this is perhaps a little bit more new. But we have at least developed 4 scenarios with sort of you have 2 different axes, one on societal change and one on technology change. And the 4 scenarios comes with sort of different assumptions related to that activity level in the different sectors. It comes with different assumptions on technology and as a potential for new power production. And this is what's sort of most important for what we are going to talk about today, that in some of these scenarios, for instance, the technology substitution pathway, which is the most optimistic on technology, but low on societal change. We have a huge potential for new power production. We allow for both onshore and offshore wind, and we allow for radical connection from the offshore wind, and we also allow for new transmission capacity. Then, while in the other scenarios, we have low or medium potential for these new technologies. So that is sort of, in that way, they vary. And they also comes with different challenges and opportunities. I don't have much time to dive into this, but some of these challenges have been mentioned today. And of course, for the technology substitution, if we allow for a lot of new power production, we will have conflicts related to area energy. But however, on with the 2 scenarios with high societal change, they will have other types of conflicts, because there we assume that we will have different lifestyles. The focus will be sort of perhaps more on, not so much on economic growth, but more on the way we live, with long distance to both from services and goods, so they will sort of live different. So that comes also with some challenges. And what we have done is that we have analyzed these 4 entrance scenarios, both sort of in the socio-technical and the techno-economic way, and it's documented in different reports. And now also included this energy omstilling, and the best, it's an analysis of the political parties in Norway that we have done in the same way, and that we had presented in Arendalsuka earlier this year. So if you see this, how the electricity used in the different entrance scenarios vary, we can see that the one scenario with social hopes, that was not my intention, sorry. With one of the scenarios, the social, the high also societal change and low technology change, you have sort of a decline or almost stable electricity demand in the future, while the other have some growth, and the growth comes specifically in hydrogen, which is, and that can be debated, but at least we need some new fuel and some new feedstock for industry and for transport to decarbonize sectors that are not to decarbonize. And so here we see how the electricity demand in the 4 entrance scenarios varies, and it's really a huge difference. However, the difference is too big if you look at what others also do, because there are a lot of others that do this. The difference between some of these are that not all of these are low carbon transitions. Some are, and also one big difference is that we are
consenting with all the assumptions that lie behind our analysis, which is not the case with most of the other studies. But what we see is that it's very uncertain how much electricity we will produce. It's also then about decisions. What decisions we take today has an impact on how much electricity we use tomorrow or in the future. So that is important to notice. And if you look at what the Miljødirektoratet says, we need at least 43 terawatt hours in 2035 of new electricity and power production to decarbonize the way we need to do it to reach our climate goals towards 2030. And then we see, look at what the political parties say. We have also, as I mentioned, we have analyzed what, and this is sort of the result of our analysis when we have discussed with them and made an analysis. So the two political parties that gives the highest electricity consumption in Norway in 2050 is Venstre and KrF, followed by Høyre, Senterpartiet and Arbeiderpartiet. And Fremskrittspartiet, MDG, SV and Rødt are those with the lowest electricity demand. And that has a lot of different reasons behind that, I can say. So they don't actually not at all have the same policy, because FRP, they have a very low CO2 tax, which means that they have a lot of fossil still in their energy mix. While MDG, for instance, and Rødt have policies towards lower transport demand and less energy use. They are a lot focused on energy savings. So there are different reasons why they end up like this, but this is sort of the outcome of the analysis. Then I will give the word to Stefan.
Yes, exactly.
Right here.
Please go.
West. Research with job as Scandic energy. I will now present the work which we are doing together, especially with IFA, as being presented on a conference. Well, we were results in conference in Oslo, but it's still so it's not the final results, but there's quite interesting insights. What we try to do is a so-called mapping of the scenarios into the electricity sector. And that don't get you want the motivation, but as you see, there's clients feel scenarios which are developed, quantified, giving potential pathways for the energy transition. And the question we are asked, is we have an energy system? How does it actually look on a specific sector if we take into account more details in that? There's some question coming back on the investments there, further insights in the power system models, also the question, especially around where you have flexibility for hydropower and further. To do that, clients big further, not very further, but we want to use the scenarios from easy finance in a couple of years to our power system model called Fancy. And there's a reference in the paper that's explained a bit beyond. What I want to do is just giving a bit as the rapid with this and that is or it's important to understand also the results. So short or top, here is the that's what we see now. So if analyze with the time smaller energy system, the analysis which are some of the optimization or ranking dynamic analysis with energy as best friends. The optimization, giving a optimal system over this higher scale. And what we do is we take a snapshot in 2040 and 2050, and we do a 60 analysis on a static system. That means we direct a lot of investments into optimization, but we run it for quite a range of weather scenarios to also especially look on the variability of the wind power and inflow and so on to understand actually where is the flexibility then. What was not explained for all of it, but the main point is you have to look at production from different sources, offshore wind, onshore wind, and solar, hydro, and it's the demand. But we see that was managed to get it quite consistent between the models. That's not, but we see that we were shocked. And then the other point is that, of course, some of these scenarios, so that was a while, whereas these quite sketchy scenarios actually were taken into a whole system model. So, we jump you, we also jump over that, but to some results. What we get when we are on the areas which are included automatic level is the same right as the route you had as in the river, but that depends on the record process which are included. What you see is there's quite some differences in the resulting price. What we see from therefore 2030, which somewhat depends mainly on the balance between production and consumption. There was a study that's in progress, so that's not the final conclusion, but this is an indication by the difference that could be based on these scenarios. And then if you look down to 2050, then we need to take into account that the axis in color actually changes. That's much lower than in 2030. So prices drop quite significantly. Then we see also, especially when this prices crash nearly to zero. Where would be your decoupling in there, especially there, I think we need to go even further into to understand where these come or where this comes from. And the also the plans left as information on the figures, but what we also want is that to take out the what we call the capture price. Means capture price is the price which in different production technologies achieve when they are in the power market. Means what we like is somewhat the average annual price. We're just doing at the long rest the average over the years, while the capture price is somewhat. If you add flexibility as an alcohol producer, you produce more and prices are high, well, listen for when you don't achieve a capture price which is higher or lower than the actual average step price. And that indicates somewhat the value of flexibility of the production units. Main point that we see here is let's make input. One thing that capture prices for wind power are somewhat related to hydropower. Remember, especially if we go into 2050, that actually capture prices for wind power crash, and then also for somebody it is all the scenarios for hydropower. That means that we see these results, investments are actually won't happen. Usually, if we take that, the map gives somewhat a bit of AUVs. Well, the challenge where you need a mechanisms and the energy system to a power system model to understand that is that actually the investments you see where energy system models are going or how could you actually achieve them if you on a from the canon model perspective. One of the amount is there also taking network is the special case offshore wind. And here, let's say that where we see quite some significant differences, taking out to 2050, where we have in early of this scenarios investment in solar Russia, and in some of these scenarios, we have also investments in the other offshore wind areas. And the background here is on the one side, but which we got from the energy systems, whereas especially on solar Russia, whereas the first human offshore wind due to the destruction of the scenarios. But what we see is that the taking one operation here with the production gas quite actually a significant then entertainment of production. So that the end was questions actually how difficult would this offshore wind assets be from a market perspective? That assets proven purpose we need to go further into. And then the very big difference here is first Russia is these regular connections are required, whereas hybrid connections are allowed. We see that in this tech and ink, you can have hybrid connections, and these allow that I would say that offshore wind is profitable in these cases. So that is in them just quite a bit of other sides. And then just you sum up also some of the insights. So I'm going to share the interesting is that it's not just for him to take energy system money and cover on ESS, but go to it's fine, but you need actually quite some iteration and also quite actual exchange of between the models and the tuning so that you get first consistent production, but then also consistent results. And this way, it's not just I'm doing that. In this way, it's the fourth time around the run that is the main difference here is that we are not just using a scenario where we have changed electricity demand, but also these sketchy scenarios where you have to talk, and that's actually going on. And that's actually kind of is right to do and right to understand. And we see quite some consistencies, and then we also some the land is also especially for the learning system to represent the variability and uncertainty is quite important to also understand the profitability and the profitability of assets. Well, I think we're on this general only the electricity specific sectors also. We have seen significant differences now in the price outcomes. There's also interactions this is and then as said before this near capture price. I mean there are those first there's cannibalization if you don't have the possibility with the cyber connections prices crash quite far. And then if the hybrid connection takes about yes, that you actually achieve a much higher capture price. Then the other part is also from our perspective from the hybrid plan, we see a quite significant flexibility or value and flexibility in 2050 versus 2050. And I think you've also seen in times, but there especially was already we needed to do some restriction of how much you could invest, especially due to residential restrictions that are in the entire power. Yeah, and then the last point, this before main challenge is especially it's not this X scenario, which is quite okay to cover a lot of these scenarios which are more stretchy where you don't have this or where you don't have the big increase of the electricity market to the future or even a decrease growth in the sector. Yes. And now send the words to a winner.
So I'll use 3 minutes to sum up. The access on the pathways for technical and societal change, but a main insight is that we need both technical change and societal change to succeed in reaching our climate targets. Technology cannot solve it all, and neither can societal change. And we acknowledge that it's mentioned by several today. If we lower demand through energy efficiency, use of surplus heat, more local solutions, we can lower the need for new renewable generation. It seems like something easy to solve, but in real life, this seems like a main challenge. And our results also emphasize that if there is a wish for ending the large industrial growth in Norway, there is a need for also large-scale renewable generation.
So here, energy efficiency is not enough. So based on these presentations, I have summarized some key political challenges. We must remember that an increased electricity demand is not the final goal. It's the societies we want to live in the future and where we want to be. And a society that's resilient and sustainable and can look very different and have very different levels of electricity demand. But what Stefan showed is that different demands can have major impacts on future electricity prices and distributional effects. If we have lower demands, if we have lower prices, that favors the industry and the households. If we have higher demand, we have higher prices, that also favors power producers, right?
Yeah, so use it.
And there is a challenge related to making decisions today because they will last a long time. For example, you could say a wind farm will last 25 years, but probably it will also be reinvested in, so it will last for 50 years. So the decisions we do today will have a major impact on the energy system in many decades ahead. And it's not easy to take decisions, these long-term decisions, because they're exposed to a high degree of uncertainty. And I've also heard it by several today, electricity is a scarce resource. Both because it requires land use, nature impact, it has nature impacts, but also because it uses materials that's mined that is limited.
Because of it is ash.
And there is therefore a political challenge. How should we prioritize this scarce resource? And how should we stop wasting it? So this was just to start with the debates or panel discussions that will have later on, but we are also open for questions for the scenario working channel. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to take questions or something. I can, there is time for some questions before we dig into a sort of hammer to them. So one way to get shortly. Questions, comments to this scenario, pathways, activities, thinking from the audience. Just ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My question is for the second point, the second bullet point. So that depends, right, on how you define this concept of resilient and sustainable. So maybe you could say a few words about that, and if it can be achieved with different energy demands.
Yeah. This maybe Kari and Stefan can also help, but it's about having the main objective is not to consume, it's to have good lives in the end. And that can be achieved by different ways. But what is a good life? I think there are different opinions on that. Maybe it's worth further research.
What did you think before? What how do you define resilient or what do we expect from it? On the one side, but also on the other side, I mean, it's depending on the technology development of the reason. I mean, it's you can achieve some of the same. You think you can achieve the same objective, but then we need to have differences for that. I mean, and then the point is if you electrify everything, or if you have a quite significant share of hydrogen on the end. I mean, it's some different alternatives, but probably will somewhat achieve some same objective.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is, what are your assumptions about the European price?
because Strategiesutvalget, they were very clear that the price in Norway is dependent on the national power balance, but also the European price. And the second question about the large cannibalization effects, do you think there's any chance that introducing more batteries or local flexibility in the Norwegian system could mitigate those effects? Thank you.
The assumption on the price map, or if you have a system.
For energy systems analysis, then we have used the prices for Europe. With there are two different price. So we have, but we have. I think we have used the one without CS in the mix. Do you remember that? I think so. Yeah. But we have based it on NV's analysis. Import prices to Norway from Europe.
I mean, the point for the power as well numbers that we use the same export price around. So that's the only change actually there in the modeling is the changes down in Norway. The rest is the same amount so that we have a comparison. And I mean, of course, that's a consequence on the price level, but you can somewhat compare the scenarios, right? What was the other question? Yeah, I can really say, I mean, the point of the quite clear, if you don't have the cyber connections, there's cannibalization. And that's not just offshore, but it's also offshore, onshore. And I mean, to achieve that, you probably would need to some type of support so that it's that you get this investment. Otherwise, I think, well, as you see it now, that wouldn't happen on in some of the scenarios at least. And then I think that's important, or it's important to understand. And then if you really haven't, or the details that we saw, the value of flexibility of hydrogen that we haven't really got into further storage technologies. But the point is that if actually there is enough, if you I would expect you need some more long-term storage in addition to actually balance the system production. All right.
Still a chance. If anyone is burning, have a burning question. Then let's do the burning question, and then let's get ready for a little bit of debate afterwards. This is about power prices. It seems like power prices that you calculate, Stephen, is somewhat below the levelized cost of energy of offshore wind. So the taxpayers need to step in somehow.
No. So, but I think that's also that's some of the interesting also points, especially here when we have done not only analysis of scenarios where we trade of electricity all the time. I think that's also what you showed that all the other scenarios from all other actors they are trading somewhat more or less, but they are growing. And I think it's very important to actually look at for me, that's what we see from NTRANS before today. There is an expectation for a reduced electricity demand. How would a investor react on if you could tell it now, but not in 15 years? So I mean, that's something that needs to be understood a bit better, I think. And then, of course, if you get it, the expert will need to step in. If it's like the system as it's now.
And that is what the taxpayers actually are doing, is that?
At least for the first.
And the first part of the offshore wind.
Okay, but thanks to you. This was very interesting.
Check this there.
Okay, so then we have the final item on the agenda, and I just need to publish some notes. So I thought we told many of these
you guys this day that we had a great panel of politicians back there, but we are so cutting edge and contemporary that social planning directly interacts with and introduces Olavs. Our politicians are probably sleeping today after last night. I don't know, but they couldn't join us today. So we have spent a little bit of last night and lunch and putting together a great panel that I'm sure will be just as interesting as the politicians, because we have so many wonderful voices there. So maybe if we could just have the panelists, you know, where you're on. Good. So I think then from my perspective, again, this has been a really great day. We have spent a full day of discussing electrification. We learned from our this morning that we're in the middle of an S-curve where sectors, systems, and society is sort of changing rapidly at the same time. We heard from ME that there is power missing here. We heard about various ways of interpreting the key from statements, various cues. We're into different sectors, you know, roads, maritime, aviation, petroleum. These are very different sectors, but they share sort of political, economic, technical, practical, socio-cultural challenges. Then we heard a bit about regions, regional challenges. There's sort of challenges within the regions, there are competitions between the regions. And then we were reminded to not only think about these large plans, but to remember everyday life, stress, daily practices, these sorts of things. We learned about the EU, and we learned about nature-friendly pathways to electrification. So where electrification goes hand in hand with the warming and reducing demand. And then finally, the big question, what is a good society and what is sustainability? And to help us sort of make sense of all of this, we have Sina Mosnes, we have Tina Saltert from Nordea, we have Marie Cicero, we have Anne Homseth, private person, also in Motier, and we have Even Bubstad in Olavs. So I want to just ask you guys first if you can start by sort of 2-minute reflection of the source of questions that we have discussed here from your perspective. And we can do this in the order that I just said. So if you can begin, Sim, and then some thoughts from your side.
Yeah, it's working. That's great. Then, again, reflections based on what I've heard today. Kärnkraft is definitely absolutely, and the value of scenario thinking is definitely high. One of the important scenarios was shown to us by MVE today on the prediction on the future energy mix. One thing I will reflect on is the relative change. I mean, we see that there is some new development with regards to being the fastest growing customer, and that is data centers taking over hydrogen, I will say, as the growing star. That had a very practical outcome yesterday. Yesterday, BP announced that they were stopping a blue hydrogen project in the Humber region. The reason was they were outcompeted on this land from a data center. And this, and remember, in the society as it's developing now, data centers is actually critical infrastructure for society, and that is also one of the arguments used. I think
stop there and we'll see what the reflections you other have. Superb. So, Tina, you represent the sector we haven't heard from today. How does it look from your side?
Hello, everyone. It's very nice to be here. I represent the financial sector, and I must say it has been great to listen to you all because these are exactly the questions we are trying to look into every day. How much power do we need? What kind of prices do we have? And exactly how do we incorporate climate and nature within the decision-making processes? And it's not an easy task to do this in the right way. And it's, of course, what we're trying to learn is, well, we have started with climate and we've been working on these questions for a while. And then we have learned as well that we cannot see climate separately. We need to see climate together with nature and also social questions coming up at the same time. So how do all these questions, how do they have an impact on each other, and how do that have an impact in what kind of choices we do? Because of course, choices, trust is something we talk very much about, so be it not within the financial sector, because we need to trust the decisions, we need to trust the decision makers, and of course, long-term planning is very important. Because when we look at projects, you do not want to have too many trenches of this framework in the time of this project is going to develop. So long-term openness, transparency are of course important factors. Yes. I'm just thinking now I think I will use you article software and rather come into the discussion on this.
Thank you, thanks a lot. So, what do you add? I mean, you're researching this from various angles and you've heard so many perspectives today. What's your take on this?
Well, we've seen that there are different transition pathways and different possible futures, but I think a lesson for Norway is that we lack, to some extent, a more comprehensive plan and a vision for how we are going to achieve our climate targets. And also, should we have some? Should we have? We have had some targets. We had a target for solar energy adopted by the Norwegian Parliament, which we are now not going to reach. We have a target for energy efficiency, which we are also not in line to achieve. So, I think I will support what Tina said is. We need stable framework condition, but we also need to ensure that we have the measures in place to actually achieve the targets that we have set. And I think this is a strength of the EU regulatory framework, that they really have this comprehensive set of legislation and they have follow-up processes to also to see how fair are we and what is lacking.
So, you are your first time at our conference, and we're super happy to have you with us. What is your take on the discussions we had today?
Well, thank you for asking me to participate. As I mentioned, I've been working around with the most in Norway. I'm not representing them now, but I'm just myself. I'm not an organization that have grown from nothing to various 25,000 members in 6 years. And that's my work that is based on my personal views and individual rights. We have heard about the EU's energy system that we are going more gradually more and more into. At the same time, we see that in Europe, the EU's energy market system is going to be a catastrophe for the European industry, because the big amount of solar and wind energy is then needs some banking in energy. So they have to do a double system. We have solar and wind, you have more banking energy that you have, and you have to produce both. So the European energy prices is rather high, and the result of that is that a big part of the EU's industry is leaving Europe, is closed off, or leaving Europe, so US and Middle East and China. And I don't think it's a good idea for Norway to integrate even more in the EU system. It's catastrophic for us as we should. That's one thing. And the other point I'd like to make is connected to the data center industry. And what we see in the United States is that the big tech parties that will build this data center industry, what will they do? Well, they do what we have mainly not heard about today. Look at this nuclear power. The only presentation that we mentioned this really today was Statnett. This concept that they are looking into this nuclear power now, which they showed a map with 2 locations, especially in southern Norway and in western Norway. And should wait. My other one down there is bringing up to things. This trouble me. The Statnett's report that is mentioned here is had 10 sites, 10 pages about nuclear power. So nuclear power is the elephant in the room of this conference. So why don't we have learn about nuclear power? That is the solution, even in Norway. The first project will probably be done this start in January. The first guarantee from the minister, and the 10 project in Norway that is launched, and we do nothing about this. So this is a challenge also to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally then, Even Bjørnstad, you sort of represent the authority who will implement the technologies or make them be implemented, I guess. Yes. Well, thank you. First of all, it's been very interesting to watch this conference, where we're having deep dives into the research on this issue. But I would like to take a step back and try to reflect on the issue. As we do, I have to give away the bigger picture. And in this room, I have a lot of scientists, so I think we could say that we agree that we have nature and climate crisis. Even though that is beginning to be discounted in some circles, I think we can say that is where we are at the moment. That there is a real sense of urgency in getting this transition to a political and societal level. That's one reflection that the subject and Mozilla is relevant. And the international order is changing, possibly dramatically. And we are interested in that the interest for being financing DILA is the pendulum is starting to back a little bit from where it used to be. So there are many challenges related to this energy and climate transition.
Research.
And also, I would like to talk about your point that do we know what are we transitioning to it? We don't have a really clear image of or the picture of the future where we are going with the transition. What is it? And as Kyrie showed, that there are a lot of
the possible futures are of a very wide swath of outcomes. So in this picture, I think a lot of elephant thinking is we may have an alternative to the real economy, which is in a way the framework for this transition, which is also driving it, that also posing big challenges. The second reflection is as a policymaker, of course, the electrification and the new technologies we're talking about today are an important part of the energy transition. In Olavs, we try to look at this the low-hanging fruits, supporting transportation, industry, the sectors where we have a need to decarbonize. We also think that hydrogen and carbon handling probably will be needed in this transition. So, on the other hand, we also know that the renewable energy technologies have a big material footprint. And as the representative from the Norwegian said, that so far, at least on the global scale, renewable energy is just an energy that we are not yet a situation. So there's a scale challenge that is in the future that is maybe not reflected in current policies. And the third point, I'll be short. We have the honest industry with the Green Friday, the Black Fridays, right? Not the Green Friday. It was Black Friday, or maybe Black Week, Black Month, maybe. And I think a citizen perspective, it's very hard to navigate in this high pressure from financial interests, and also the algorithms of the big tech companies. They affect the consumer. I think how to get the consumer to become aware and support the changes that are necessary to achieve this transition is also, I think, in the question. We had a visit from the climate minister at the Olavs some time back. So, we asked the question, we think that we can achieve this energy transition. And the answer was that we probably have the technologies that are necessary, but we need the voters to go on board. And that is the challenge. So I think that could be my first reflections.
So then we have 5 people and 2 elephants at a green. And okay, so the reason why you guys are there and not the politicians is this new leak about the statsbudget. So I'll just ask you guys to raise your finger if you want to answer this. But one of the things they agreed on to get the budget going now is that they're establishing this transition committee. So it's and it will work until 2027. So what do you guys, from your perspective, with all the elephants and all the inverters, we hope that they will actually do in this committee? What kind of work do we need? Sira?
Maybe I should start because I think it does get in the direction I was talking about a bit earlier, that we need long-term goals. If you want an investor or if you want financing for your company, we need to be sure that the road we started on is the same road we're going to travel for the next 10 to 20 years. It's very difficult, and we see that already with changing politics every single year or even faster. It's very difficult actually to get, for example, foreign investors to come and invest in Norway because they're afraid, for example, that tax policy is changing. Other kinds of ships of the frameworks they are going to compete in. Because if you change the framework in a set period of time, where you put the money or you lock your money, of course, that could change the profit or profitability of the whole project within that timeline. So that is why you need a stable and open and transparent time frame goals where you actually are going. how you're going to achieve it depends on who's coming up with the best solution. And the best will be the technology we make at the price that the market could cope with. So I think that was something I just wanted to comment on a few things on what you said, because you said that financing were drying up. I can say that for investments in the energy transition, they are still rising actually. Even in the second half of this year, but they're not rising in this part of the world. They're rising in China. So what we're seeing now is that China they're building capacity. They're building solar power, wind power. They're building the industries around this as well. And that comes back to the energy trilemma that, of course, you need to build energy security or independency, and that is something that China is doing at the moment. And of course, they want to build an industry where they can compete as well. And we see now that the US are changing direction, and also that EU are changing focus to more competitiveness. Of course, they have a golden opportunity to build more renewable energy. So I'm still optimistic, to be honest. And if we look at the science-based targets, actually more and more companies, even in 2025, are setting climate targets for the companies. So there are some good news, but in the page, I say a bit more gray. But
Financial burden that the energy transition is really happening, and one of the most the best arguments for that is to make Mikael Libera's latest podcast, where he actually presents his position regarding the energy transition, and that it is really happening. But it's to a certain extent, since the electric value chain is damn efficient, it's a bit covered up by that. We're then saying regards to this new committee, they don't start at scratch. I mean, the last document that the government, Solberg, put on the table was this energy to wares, which is actually a quite deep document, whereas what they do is also at the concrete targets. So that is definitely something that should happen. With regards to what we can do, with regards to getting speed on the energy transition, the energy transition won't happen without access for the meetings or two. And we had that within the year today. But we need a global market and a global agreement. That is where just that was going to be to get the acceptance for it. And it's quite a bumpy and long road ahead, but that needs to be in place if you are going to be able to do this transition.
For the good question to you, Simon. So then, do you as a company, so that's really right to say, but representing the Equinor, right? Do you kind of zero the sales out elements of such a report, which has been heavily debated over the last days, or is that something that you don't say?
No, I don't think it's valid. But I can see his post on the going back to the MVE presentation with regards to the predicted need for gas in Europe. That is far where we can deliver, because the decline starts in 2030. Thank you for gas, like let me sure about that. Well, that is well the Troll reservoir, which has flaws for many gas resources. That is gas resources we know we have. Half of that is in the Troll reservoir. So in the 2030, that goes into 10 production, and then that is the production we've solved year by year, and then we will, as a company, will do what we can to in that thing. But that is what we're talking about. We are fattening that thing, and that they will not be thicker than Europe's demand. That's the green facts. But you have to say something on that.
Yes,
I'm not afraid of that. I think that the oil and gas business in it will go down by natural causes. In the Norway world, the political decision that we are closing down first than the natural age, because the styringspapirer and högerpartier and Centerpartiet and the Folkpartiet will very well that. And once again, in regions and aims of first of land in natural decline, what will happen then? Right? There is more fluctuation for the international market. I don't think that we should contribute to his ability to some 200 things. So I think that they can't do it right. That's my opinion on that.
Any final thoughts on this transition commission from others on the panel? Not really, but if you ask, so you just so much to those who hadn't responded. But you don't have to it's bad. Okay, so we have time for some audience questions. Kaya wants to
actually, this is like a thought of my presentation earlier, but a point I forgot to talk about. But I think that really inspired us in Scotland is the kind of democratic innovation in other parts of society, not related to or the collaboration between fisheries and the offshore wind industry. And the society of Scotland for the last 10 years they worked around democratic innovation. And I think what you have been commenting on, about we have the technology but not the ways. I think that's a really good example from Ireland that we heard about when we were in Scotland, where there is we have this kind of big ethical questions, value-based questions like what we are dealing with in the energy transition. You could also look at an example as aversion and same-sex marriages that were discussed in Ireland for a long time, and no politician is still doing anything about these big questions. So they had a panel, like a public panel with people that disagreed a lot and have different opinions about these big topics. And then they gave advice to their politicians. They were more radical than the ones that the national politicians were to do, based on all the debates and the input from researchers that they got in the panel. And then the politicians, they had a referendum with the whole of the public that was more related to the opinion of the panel than the national politicians. I think this is showing us also that having energy panels and public panels in Norway could make the stability. They could have a more broad political approach to energy, green energy, things around the parliament of working with people. It could be in a regional context, or a national context, or local communities context. I heard so so this is just thoughts of angles
And because we had actually two panels last year, for the first time we had these kind of civil panels. One was about, one was about how to use the oil function most wisely for the coming generations. And I thought, because I took part in that panel, input to that panel, that's why I know. But the result was that there was major report. It was presented at the government, for the government, but I think it happened, basically. But I think that these kind of panels had succeeded in Ireland, also in France, and in the UK, I think. So maybe it's time to try again.
Or maybe just have the follow-up process. It's enough to have a panel. You have to use this as outcome management.
Hälsa.
Just almost forget. Do we have a sort of final piece of input from the audience to the panel, or if someone on the panel who wants to say a final word before we sort of?
Could I just have one comment? Of course. Sorry. With one thing that's optimistic as well is that we've seen us as you've been working to try to not to the price on CO2, but also include nature risk into the equation when we talk about financing and investing in projects. And what we see is that more and more companies do actually see that nature risk and climate risk are part of the financial risk. So I think these are not separate items we are trying to analyze any longer. These are much more integrated and it's moving in the right direction.
Then at great risk, and give the last word of the conference to Ola Hansens. I just want to mention that this tool and the business climate and nature is very closely linked. And the reason why I'm against wind power, offshore and onshore, is the following example. The tool we went behind a project in Finland and Norway that was condemned by the High Court. Still, and Iran produces in the West 1.9 TVAs year. And the emission more than 16 square kilometers around. There are extreme amounts of metals, minerals, concrete. The small thing, the humans look at the metal, but with 2.5 TVX over, and it would use land comparable to the West side of Oslo. So with some kind of difference between the wind power and nuclear power, combining to solve this problem with not bringing water, but the nature to be practically effective solution. And then I was to say that the power that exists, the power export from Norway today is given that we share 15 terawatt hours. The proportion of wind power in Norway today is 15 terawatt hours. Without the wind power, we will have a power deficit in Norway. I will more, but okay. Is currently playing towards up to today. Okay, so there's 50 times here. Maybe we'll just adjourn for dinner, and I'm sure some glasses of wine will help this discussion. There will be an aperitif at 6 o'clock. Have been I know my ear here downstairs. Is that right?
I am there. Yes.
Is it downstairs? And there's food downstairs.
There's a barbecue. Yeah.
Sir. The aperitif for those of you joining, and thank you so much to the panel. Goodbye.
Thank you. Right now.
See you tomorrow. 1 week or 2.